Alrighty, y'all. Let's chill out for a little bit and have a live stream. Hope you are all doing well. No work this weekend. Thank God. We just chilling. First dislike goes to us because fuck the haters. Actually going to be heading down to the coast for a couple of days. Go chill with my grandparents. Hang out with them for a little bit. Let me send out a couple messages. I should have done this before I went live, but I forgot. So let me send them out now because people's feelings get all fucking hurt when I don't let them know that I'm going live. Because, sometimes it's too hard to just push your fucking notifications. So let me send a couple of these out real quick. We got my grandma in the house. What's going on, Mom? Hope everyone is doing well. Mason says, Dead Cynic, much love from Illinois. Or Illinois. The S is silent. Alrighty, y'all. Let's go ahead and throw and you know what the crazy thing is, Mom, is I'm not even talking about you. Like, there are people that just are fucking, But anyway, let's go ahead and throw my tenants out there before we hurt people's feelings already. I am not here to be everybody's friend. I am not here to be politically correct. I am not going to say things that everyone agrees with, and I ain't no fucking cartoon character. Now that we said that, we may have a guest with us this evening a little bit later. Brother Mario from Clean Pump. He's a very good friend of mine. He's actually been a friend of mine for a couple of years now. And it's crazy because it all just started as a business connection. It was, and that's the thing, is it wasn't even really like a business connection that I was looking to make at first. It was just a product that I liked, and he was a really cool dude. So, he reciprocated when I reached out, and we've been friends ever since. And he's a super awesome guy. So if he has a little bit of time, he's going to be joining us on stream, take a couple of shots, and just check in. It's always good to see the homies, and, hopefully everyone is doing well. I wanted to kind of start out the stream with a shot, but I figure we'll wait until he gets here, and we'll take the first one with him. And if he doesn't show up by the first half hour that we are live, we'll go ahead and take it anyway. And we'll probably be on for about an hour, hour and a half. I'm not going to run this too late because I actually, like I said earlier, I will be going to the coast and seeing the family for a couple of days. And, well, I just got done driving like a 6-hour round trip yesterday, which was pretty fucking draining in itself because the first part of the trip was through a lot of rain. And so I just want to chill, and I'm going to try and bust out that driving as quick as possible tomorrow so I can just hang out and enjoy myself. And the deal is, I'm going to help my grandparents do some stuff and take care of some things that they needed, and they're going to take a shot with me on camera. So we will have video footage of the grandparents taking a shot of alcohol with me. It's going to be pretty awesome. That's going to be a treasured memory that we're going to post up on IG. So be on the lookout for that. Much love to my grandparents. You guys are awesome. And miss you guys. I'm looking forward to seeing you. I'm going to take a swig of this water real quick. So I recently started messing with these little hydrators. At first, everyone was drinking the liquid IV, and they work. They do what they're supposed to do. So if you've never tried those things before, they basically just enhance your water. They add electrolytes and different things. And like drinking water by itself, just water, doesn't necessarily hydrate you completely. There's things other than water that you need in your system. So those little packets, they really do come in handy. But what I didn't really care for with liquid IV was it made the water almost kind of syrupy and like thick. and I didn't really care for that. This stuff, the hydrate, water stays the same consistency. The flavor isn't like super heavy or anything. It's just a nice little layer on top of the water, and it actually does hydrate better than the water itself. Because like if I were to drink a bottle of water, not even gonna lie to you guys, I feel more thirsty afterwards. Like my tongue gets dry and it's just weird. Like drinking regular water is kind of like I don't really do it all that much. And I try to drink, like I'll try and pick up smart water to that's not what I was going to say. That's just a burp to kind of combat that, because I figure that the electrolytes in there will be that little extra thing that I need in the water. So, I get the stuff that I'm missing. But having a little bit of flavor and having, the extra vitamins and stuff, it does make a difference. And I feel like now that I've been using these for a good couple of weeks, I do feel a little bit better than I do when I just drink water by itself. So I would actually recommend that to people that maybe don't drink as much water as they should, because that's definitely me. I drink a lot more fucking soda and ginger ale, and that's the thing is I call it soda. Not everybody considers ginger ale soda, but if you look at Canada Dry, it's got just as much sugar and shit as pretty much any other soda. It's not dark like cola is. And that's why for a while I was trying to drink Fever Tree ginger ale, which comes in little bottles, and it's really good. It's all natural ingredients and shit, but it's expensive, and it's hard to just drink that by itself. Like it adds up after a while. So, Canada Dry is the cheap alternative, and we're gonna rock that when we can't afford the other shit. I was able to buy a little pack the other day, so I got one bottle that we're saving, and if Brother Mario comes and joins us on camera, we'll bust that out and we'll chase the shot with some Fever Tree. If not, we'll save it for another occasion. We can always bust it out some other time. What I'm hoping is that my local grocery store is just going to carry it from now on, so that, just when I feel like it, I can buy a pack here and there. Because those 4-packs are expensive individually. What I would get is a 24-pack, and that wasn't cheap either. But got to do what you can afford. Anyway, let's go ahead and pack up a nice fat dab. Hope you all had a good week, a productive week. Been doing a lot of traveling lately. A lot of fucking driving, man. And as much as I love this job, what I will say, and we'll say this a little bit early in case anybody comes in and they leave early. Sometimes people, they don't stay very long, but I really, really like this new job as a brand ambassador. But what I will say is that the higher ups in the company, like the people that run this shit, sometimes they really get in the way of me being successful. And what sucks about that is my success as a brand ambassador would only mean success for Sitka as a company. So I really wish that they would invest a little bit more in me and have the faith that I can actually make it successful here in California. Because I'm going to be totally honest, there's only maybe like 3 brand ambassadors in California. There's one in LA, there's one in San Francisco, and there's me. And I guarantee you, the other brand ambassadors are not doing the kind of shit that I'm doing, where they're driving 3 hours out of their way and doing a demo and coming back. And like the shit that I did yesterday, I did just because one of the higher ups wanted to have a good relationship with this shop, so they sent me out there. It wasn't that they were prepared or that they actually were in a good spot to have me out there. I pretty much wasted my time just so that this gear could be greased so that these people could make another order. And it's like, I don't know if that's the best fucking way to utilize what I'm really good at. But at the end of the day, we did it. We got it done. And even though even though it wasn't the best situation, we still made it a good day. And I think that it's good when you're in any business situation to always look for the silver lining and to try and keep a positive attitude and to make it worthwhile, because it's easy to get down on yourself. It's easy to get down on the company. It's easy to get down on the situation. But really talented people will take a situation that looks like a loss and do their best to make it a win. Even if they can't, they'll do their best. And you know what? Sometimes it does become a win. And all I can say is, I'm doing my best. Aaron, what's going on, fam? I have some GMO sugar right here. Not too much left, but we're gonna pack a nice healthy dab of it, and then we're gonna fucking smoke it. Coming up on 11 minutes. My brother Mario was having dinner with his lady, so it's possible that he was not even home when he was talking to me. I think that that's probably what he's doing right now, is trying to make his way back home so that he can log on and join us. And yeah, if not, then hopefully we will see him some other time. And much love to him and his lady. We of course wish them nothing but the best and hope that they are doing well. Okay, I'm probably gonna fuck this up, but we're gonna try. Aaron says, got a new terp pearl made out of a material called di, dim, diamondium. Diamondium. That's the way I feel like it should be said. I could be wrong. Diamondium. Because the word diamond is in there and they just added ium to the end. So I feel like diamondium is a good way to say it, even if that's not the proper way to say it. Because I've heard the proper way to say some things and it's like, really? That doesn't fucking sound correct. Aaron does say that the new terp pearl is lit as fuck, and that's dope, fam. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. That is definitely a new material to me. I have never heard that name before, but that's always really, I mean, that's the neat thing about our culture, is it's always shifting and changing and kind of morphing. So there's always new tools and new stuff that's coming out. There's even new takes on old stuff. So that's pretty dope that there's a new material that they're making terp pearls out of. I'm going to have to do a little bit of research and see how that heat conductivity or heat retention is on those. Aaron says, Deadass think you should look into it. You would like it. D-Nail USA. And yeah, fam, I will absolutely look into it. I always like checking out new stuff. And, the crazy thing is, for the longest time, because I was just rocking regular glass pearls, I didn't really think too much of terp pearls as a whole. And also the spinner cap that I had was fucking bullshit. And the crazy thing about that was I had a legit, or I have a legit OG fucking Riptide cap from Gordo Scientific. So I had one of the best spinner caps that you could buy, and it functions like fucking garbage. So I was not a big fan of terp pearls. I wasn't a big fan of spinner caps. But then I got some proper spinner caps in my life, like this One Trick Pony channel cap. Dude, I use this all the time. Most of the time when you guys see me dab, since I got this is usually what I use to fucking take my dabs with. And I have another spinner cap from Spectator Glass, which is good, but honestly I prefer. So let's go ahead and break the camera down so that we can show you guys. So the spectator glass cap is awesome because it has the reptile tech, and it also features an opal that you can see from the top as well as the bottom. And then the underside has that green crushed opal, and that shit is just pretty. But the spiral spinner caps, they work okay. But in my opinion, this guy only has 2 cuts in it. Just 2. One right there, one on the other side. And this works better than. This is the best spinner cap in my collection. I will say, hands down, best fucking spinner cap that I own. It's worth the money. Whenever you can find one, I would say actually spend the money and get a heady one. Don't get just a clear one. Get a purple honeycomb. Get a faceted one with an opal, because it's worth the money. You're going to use it all the fucking time, and you're going to want to have something nice to look at. We got my brother Mario. What's going on, sir?
What's going on?
Hope you're having a good night.
Having a good night thus far, man. Having a great night. Can't complain at all.
That's right. So now that you are here, brother, we got some GMO sugar packed up on this dabber, but first thing that we got to do is open up the Streamless shop.
Oh, that's what's going down. Let me know if I'm like too light on the mic.
Oh no, you're all good, brother. You are all good.
Oh yes. Ooh. Oh, which reminds me, I got my brother-in-law actually started me up on this Japanese whiskey that I ended up really falling in love with. So I'm gonna go grab that bottle real quick.
Sounds good, brother. Alrighty, guys. So for those of you who don't know, the gentleman that is joining me on screen right now is my brother Mario. He runs Clean Pump. And if you don't know what a clean pump is, then you're probably not a dabber. These are ISO pumps that you can buy, and there's actually a pretty wide range. When I met brother Mario, there was maybe 3 versions of the clean pump, and now there's a lot more. I don't know exactly how many more, but there's quite a few versions of the clean pump. And even so, outside of this glass base, there are now heady glass clean pumps that you can get that are American made glass that are customized by different artists. I think there's 2 different ones right now, Direct Glass and Slugworth, but there might even be more than that. And all I got to say is I don't even have a fucking heady one. I have an old school China one, and I've rocked that for years. Like, I haven't needed replacement parts for it. All I've needed to do is to keep it up, like, barely. I don't have a cleaning ritual for it or anything. Like, I just make sure that I don't treat it like garbage, and it fucking holds up. Like, I still the same, pretty much the same shape as when I got it. It dispenses alcohol like it's pretty much brand new, and I use this thing every single time I dab. So if you didn't know what a clean pump is, now you know. You can actually use my name as a discount code on the Clean Pump site. Dead Cynic gets you like 10% off, something like that. So all I can tell you guys is it's a great product. It's only getting better. Brother Mario is always doing R&D on his own brand so that he can make sure that he's providing people with good shit. So I want to say, in the very, very near future, if he hasn't done it already, he's actually going to be moving away from the mass produced China stuff and just doing American made stuff. So if you can, before he runs out, get yourself a cheaper one before all you can find is the heady American ones, because I have the cheap China one and I haven't needed to replace shit on it ever. Like, it still functions perfectly. So as much as the heady versions are going to be amazing, in my humble opinion, I really don't think there's anything wrong with the China version. So get one while you still fucking can, because they're a great fucking deal.
Sir, yeah. Yeah, we're just moving away from China product because things are pretty hectic. Getting shit shipped from China, working with China. It's been a hell of a ride. So eventually, hopefully, we'll be able to get back into using them and having our own private label. But at the moment, it's definitely like pulling teeth out of a really young person who has amazing teeth. That's the best way I could put it.
I believe it, brother. You know, some things are just not worth the hassle. So I can completely understand that from a business point, and I just be saying prayers that it is just as successful, if not more successful, than the last endeavor, and that everything goes well. And I need to set aside some loot so that I can get myself like a nice blackened slime clean pump or something.
Yeah, where the only way I'm able to do this stuff too is because of a extremely kind human being that I ended up meeting the very first time that we went to Las Vegas in Las Vegas. So and that's Morgan from Slugworth Glass, and it's if I know most people don't know how hard it is to be able to get in and have a working relationship with a glass artist, but that guy is super down to earth and has helped me out in tremendous ways. He's actually, for people who are wondering, he actually is going to be one of like a few handful of glass artists that are still going to have the ability to be making custom things like this. So he's still going to have the ability to have these particular pumps. I can still get the pumps themselves, but the glass coming out of China right now is pretty garbage. So if you see stuff like this at a glass shop, that's Slugworth, and he's using our pumps and making his own bases. So I sell him the pumps, and then he basically fills wholesale orders. So when you see those pumps, yes, they're ours, and you should support because he buys them through us. So we support him in that way, and he supports us by allowing us to make these new custom bases, and for sure we gotta get Mikey a slime and black for sure. Oh, so these are the two whiskeys that I've been on. Buffalo Trace, obviously, good, nice, solid brand, and then this guy was shown to me by my brother-in-law, and I really fell in love with it. It's super subtle. It's not as peaty, and it has like a nice little sweet uh, floral or sweetness to it. It's fucking really nice. So
So
uh,
I have seen Suntory in the store before, brother, and I have heard nothing but good things about Buffalo Trace every time someone talks about it. So I would definitely I would be down to try both of them because honestly, I haven't tried either one.
Oh man, yeah. If you haven't tried Buffalo Trace has like every whiskey brand, right? And Scotch brand, they have like their $25 to $40 bottle, and then it obviously goes up from there. But this was I believe a $35 bottle, and it's peaty, but if you like peatiness and smooth, you cannot get. And if you like old fashions, great base for the old fashioned. Super super bomb for the old fashioned. Have a
Nice.
great. I mean, for Kentucky bourbon, man, it's fucking amazing. So, and then the Japanese, well, they always go like, here's the notch, and we're gonna take it three more notches. So, the quality is really good, and I know they have a little bit more expensive bottles too, but this is, quite frankly, super super good for the price. I got this at Ralph's for like $40, and my brother-in-law was like, shit. So I'm sure you can find it for 35, around $40. But that is a great whiskey, man. I've definitely become.
And it does trip me out because I've seen there's actually been a couple streams where I'll talk about a certain whiskey and what I saw it at in the store, and my uncle will be here and he'll be like, "What? How many bottles did you buy?" So it's definitely a real thing that some stores either don't understand what they have, or they just mark it down because it's on sale and they're trying to move it, or whatever the reason is. There's some really good stuff that goes for some really cheap prices sometimes. Just depends on where you live and where you look.
Exactly, dude. That's not, like, a lot of, it depends on the market, right? Sometimes some people, they only like Jameson, in that particular area, or they just buy, five or six different kinds of whiskeys, but they all have like the other ones kind of chilling right there, just in case someone comes in. It's like, oh look. So I think that might be the case for the Ralphs, but it's definitely always cool to find something that's like, oh, this is $25 less. All right, let's let's swoop on that.
That's right. Well, Brother Mario, thank you so much for joining me. We got 4 homies in the chat. Much love, everybody. It is Friday night funk. We're just
Yeah,
getting swifty with my brother Mario, having some shots, taking some dabs, hanging out.
hanging. Appreciate you and much love to everybody. So cheers. I'm pretty happy with this big ass, goofy ass glass because my mother actually got this for all of us and all of the kids in the family. So my two older sisters, they have two, and I have two myself. So they're like little family heirloom. But it's supposed my mother, being the age that she is, she's 70, and she loves catalog ordering still. So this came from a catalog somewhere, and cheers to those sons of bitches.
That's right. That looks like something that a glass artist would make too, brother, because there's those little unique boxes on each, it's a cool
Yeah,
little design.
I'm not sure how it says it's made in Italy. So, it's definitely not a normal little glass you would find. And, it holds a lot of whiskey. So pros all the way
That's
around.
right. And my grandparents, they love to order shit out of catalogs, so they would understand that life all day. Sometimes they'll send me stuff because they'll remember things from when I was growing up. Like a conversation I literally had with them maybe like 3 months ago is my grandma calls me and she's like, Mijo, do you still collect comic books? I was looking and she sends me a picture. There's like this, it's like a framed thing with a bunch of metal plaques with old school fucking comic book characters on it. She was like, I was thinking about ordering this, but I don't know if you still read comic books. I was like, that thing is dope, but those are literally like none of those comics are ones that I collect. But that is dope. Like I
Yeah.
hope whoever collects stuff like that sees. And so it's just funny, like to have conversations like that with your loved ones. And yeah, she's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, dude. It's always good. Man, you'd be finding some real crazy shit in those catalogs, man, where you're like, huh, I didn't know I needed this weird ass can opener, but send
That's
it.
right.
And they're into it, man. They come from a different time, dude. They come from a different time.
They're great though. I'm actually going to be heading down to the coast tomorrow. We're going to go and visit them and chill for a couple of days. And
Oh,
yeah, what's crazy, brother, is that for a while, a lot of the family actually lived out here in the valley around me, and then everyone moved back to the coast, and I was the only one that kind of stayed. So now everybody's just like, "When are you coming back?"
dude. By coast, do you mean like Morro Bay area or like?
So, brother, originally I was born and raised over by Pismo Beach. I'm from Santa Maria.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, what? You're like, shh, give me some time.
Well, as nice as it is to live by the coast, because it's great weather all the time. It's beautiful to be by the water. That's not what I was going to say. That's just a burp. It's really expensive. Like,
Yeah.
you
Oh,
know, and especially the closer you get to the beach, like you could rent a studio apartment for as much as you could rent like a 3 bedroom condo over here. So, it's crazy to make it make sense money wise.
oh yeah, dude. You're like, yeah. As soon as I land that 250K a year job, I'll be sliding in.
You're right there.
I'll have a nice little townhome right by the mile from the beach.
Right.
Yeah, man. Dude, that's like one of the craziest things to me is how expensive it is to live by the coast, right? It's like super favorable, right? Obviously, but like, you know, a lot of people are always talking about, "Oh, it's so dangerous." It's like, yeah, most people who own beach houses are not living there 24/7. It's not the easiest life, houses, salt water, shit deteriorates much faster, man. And so you really got to have a lot of fucking money if you're going to be balling it up that damn hard, you know.
Hell yeah, you're paying for the view, but that doesn't necessarily include quality of life. Because, like you're saying, that salt water, that's in the air. That shit is going to rust everything. Like it's
Oh,
a, you got to be prepared to live out there. You got to be prepared. My
oh,
grandma says he would get sick of us. Well, not you guys in particular, but there's a lot of family down there, and everybody likes to fucking talk. I'm not a talker. Not a talker.
you're the one at the family gatherings that's just sitting in the corner with the whiskey and the red eyes, just like, gentlemen.
Just let me know when dinner's ready.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's what's crazy because in Mexico, man, you if you know the right people, man, you could definitely pick up a piece of property off the coast for what we would consider pretty fucking affordable, And that's what's pretty nuts to me too. Is like different areas, man. You can make it work, but you might have to learn a new language,
Time to get out of here.
Yep.
I hear a lot of that though, brother. A lot of folks, and that's the thing is, I was born and raised here, so it's kind of hard from. And I've traveled out of California, so I've been to other places, and it's very nice in other states. But I don't know, like I can't really picture myself not being here in California.
Yeah, dude. Once you get used to being, once you're acclimated to this fucking weather, it's really hard. This weather and these type of people and the way life is moving, it's you forget. Like from where I'm at in North Hollywood, and I used to live in a more suburban town called Santa Clarita. You know, in that town, it's a smaller town, but people are driving like a bat out of hell everywhere. And the crazy part is if I when I went to go visit some friends up near, it's kind of close to Morro Bay, but I'm forgetting the name of the town that's close to it. When we went up there, man, it's just farmland, cabbage fields, and like driving up there. My friend Nick, at the time, he was, he's a pedal to the metal guy, and like when we got up to that area, I mean, there's no pedal to the metal. People out there are cruising. They're not in a rush to go nowhere. And I've visited outside of California a few times. I've been to Missouri. I've just maybe a couple of years ago went out to Virginia Beach, Virginia. And the thing that I love the most about more rural areas, well, Virginia Beach isn't so rural, right? But they're just different people. Like I'm used to living here in North Hollywood now. I've been living in the valley and in and out of Santa Clarita and San Fernando Valley for a long time, but still living in LA County. And you know, I get I get super happy when someone just randomly is like, "Hey, how you doing?" and we cross paths. You're like, "Oh shit, a normal human being." But in Virginia, it's like I was so trained to, kind of like just have my blinders on that when I got out there, it was still super foreign to me when like a family of like three kids, a mom and dad are biking down the bike path and they're like, "Hey, what's going on?" And I'm like, "The fuck is wrong with you? Like, I don't know you." Like, how to like shed that in a few days, but believe me, it took me a very short time to get acclimated to that shit. And I came back to LA like, "What's up, buddy? What's going on?" And everyone's like, "Fucking none of your business, dude. I don't know who the fuck you are." So that's one thing I really appreciate the most about just experiencing other places and people being a little bit more friendlier. But Cali has its pros and cons, just like every place. It's a beautiful state to live in. There's a lot of craziness involved depending on where you live, but it's you can't beat it for the type of ease when it comes to weather and people. And food. Fuck me, food. Jesus
I
Christ.
would agree, brother. You could drive at the most 6 to 8 hours in any direction, and you'll have any kind of weather or any kind of background that you want to go into. You could go to the desert, you could go to the beach, you could go to the mountains and fucking see some snow. Like there is everything that you could see and every different kind of you know climate you could have, like we actually have here. And that's what kind of trips me out is you know a lot of people complain about living here, but it's like, dude, you if you actually had the time or the money and you took like a weekend off, you could, like, if you, let's say that you were in the mountain area, you'd be like, you know what, fuck this, I'm going to the desert for the weekend. Like you could do that.
Yeah, that's what's crazy, right? That's the best part about California. You could get in your car, and go down to. You could literally go down to Malibu or go down to Crescent Bay Beach down in Orange County. Find a place to surf, just enjoy the beach, and then the next day be in Big Bear, enjoying fucking the snow caps, enjoying the lake, and then from there take a nice long drive, head out to the fucking desert in Mojave if you want, and experience all the heat that you want. Yeah, it's a very, really, really beautiful state, and that's one thing I kind of wish I would do more. Is that visiting different portions of California, you really get to experience like, damn man, there is a lot of different agriculture. There's a lot of different vibes to towns. There's tons of different scenic things to see, right?
And no lie, brother, I'm guilty of that as well. And having this job as the brand ambassador and actually like being forced out of my little area to have to go to other spots, like just the drives have been crazy, and seeing the scenery and going, like, just going through places has been like, wow, fuck, this is all out here.
Right,
Because
right.
going to San Andreas, I thought that it would be more kind of city oriented, but that's up in the hills. Like there's a lot of country going out that way. So while I was driving, I was like, wow, this shit is actually beautiful. There's a lot of green and just a lot of rolling hills up there.
Oh no shit! I didn't even think about that. You said San Andreas, and I'm over here picturing San Andreas fucking um, San Andreas the video game when.
Grand Theft Auto, dude, that's
Yeah.
exactly what was in my head. Like I was expecting a cityscape, and it was country, it was hills, and I was like, this is fucking crazy. It was beautiful, but it was gnarly, and it was really neat to get to experience because just the drive, seeing all of that just space where it's just gorgeous. So I'm a big fan of scenery and landscapes and stuff. So being able to drive through that, I really dig it.
Yeah, man. The craziest, if people live in California, one of the coolest drives you can make is either driving up the 99 or driving up the 5, like from south to north as you can take it. Like when I went up the 99 to go up, damn it, what's the name of that town? It's Visalia. You know, like to make the drive from SoCal all the way up through there. You're like, damn man, there's a lot of farmland in California. There is a lot of cows in California. You won't miss them, believe me, man. You'll turn on that recirculated air in your car real quick when you pass them fucking cow pies. But it's a really beautiful state that changes a lot depending where you go. Like, dude, one of the most beautiful places in California is Santa Barbara, and it's like Santa Barbara, Isla Vista area. Man, it's just such beautiful coastal line, dude. Like people always talk about the PCH and Malibu and Santa Monica. Like it's beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but man, Morro Bay, Santa Barbara, Isla Vista, like that whole drive, just Santa Barbara itself missions, places you can go to and check out shit that's been there since early on. Like that's what really intrigues me is seeing some of the old shit that is around. And a lot of people tend to forget too that in Los Angeles, there's a lot of cool old stuff here too that is kind of been swallowed up by a lot of city buildings. But like Placita Alvera, that's out here in downtown LA, is like really overshadowed because if you walk down Placita Vera, it's just like a street where if you go there, you'll see how the Spanish had a lot of influence at that time. There's plaza is a it's a plaza, dude. Like when you if people are familiar with watching Netflix and watching Mexican cartel shows, plazas in Mexico are like a big deal. It's like mainly where everyone gets together, everyone kind of finds each other, and that you have that right there in downtown LA, and they still have really dope one house that was originally there. It's obviously been like upkept, little things are different, but that thing was there when all this first started. And it's really cool to kind of walk through and see, like, you can take a tour inside the house, and just walking down that road, it's like cobblestone road. It's all original stuff. Tons of great Mexican food places are there. World like pretty world famous places you can go sit down and eat. And just the cities too, they carry some history with it as well. But being able to see how they called it it's a particular I think it's called like in the English terms, like it's like a ranch style life that they were living. I could only imagine like what LA used to look like before all the cities were erected. Like we will never really know that,
Seriously, the
right?
early Los Angeles.
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with William S. Hart. I don't know if you're
I'm not, sir. Mm-mm.
So when I grew up in Santa Clarita is a little tiny town that started off being called Newhall. So Newhall was basically the town that was just a little north of where Los Angeles was when everything was getting created. And in the early like 1900s, they they still have um, historical landmarks in Santa Clarita where William S. Hart was a silent filmmaker. Okay, so that's how far back we're going. So, but he was like the Clint Eastwood of silent films. And we went to when I was in the third grade, we went to this place called Beale's Cut, and Beale's Cut was basically the only way in and out of Newhall to LA. Okay, so the San Fernando Road that we have here, that is pretty famous road here, that is what led people to Beale's Cut. And Beale's Cut is basically a big mountain, and they took water cannons and cut a divide right in the middle of this big mountain, and people would have to pay a toll to walk through that cut and get into Newhall. And where me and my father's auto shop was at was right off what they called Newhall Ranch Road, which used to still be called San Fernando Road, but they ended up changing it because development, people move on. But that was originally San Fernando Road. San Fernando Road stretched all the way through from the valley into Newhall, and it's really cool to see all that history there. And they actually still have William S. Hart's original ranch home. It's now called William S. Hart Park, and people can literally go there. There's all kinds of animals and petting zoos and stuff you can go. But his original house and ranch hand houses are all still there. And it's really cool because you can walk up a trail and walk up all the way to the top where his house was, where his ranch hands houses were, and you kind of like sit back and you look out from where his view is, and you're like, there's a town and everything, but man, I wonder what it looked like when there wasn't townhomes over here, there wasn't these buildings. It's just all rolling grass hills.
Country.
Yeah, country. That's all it was, man. So it's super cool. Like a lot of people tend to think there's not a lot of stuff to go see in California, but there is a treasure trove of stuff to landmarks, history, and stuff. The That's the one thing I feel like I miss out a lot is, you know, Tennessee East Coast has a ton of history, right? Because they had to migrate this way, right? But that's one thing I really hope I get to do before the end of my life is be able to go to the East Coast and check out all the stuff that kind of started everything. Boston, Philly, moving more towards Tennessee and North Carolina, South Carolina. There's like so much history out there, man. And like normal, we are always talking about the spiritual realm, and that place is chock full of that scary shit, man.
Oh, dude, out the there's so much history on the East Coast and even like in the
Cheers.
South a little bit, you know.
Yeah, very true, dude. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love that little that dual uptake fucking encycler, man. That thing is super clean. And that still seems stuff, right?
What's that, brother?
That's seems glass, right? Your homie?
That is Chubby Glass by Nate.
Chubby glass by there. There you
I want to say that he did work or was trained by Dabber Jaws because they have kind of a similar style.
go. Nice.
But yeah, I really like that piece, and it's pretty much my daily driver, brother, because it doesn't take a lot of water, functions amazingly, and it's super easy to keep up. You know, it's really easy to clean and stuff, so I end up dabbing out of it a lot.
Oh, dude, that's like this little guy for me. I'm not currently dabbing, but I keep this out to remind me of a goal, you know. But this
Nice
thing is
little encycler.
yeah, man. And the guy who made this, Carl Termini, he's actually not making rigs anymore. He moved on and started working on other stuff, like completely out of the glass realm. So I'm like super stoked. I grabbed one of these before he decided he's gonna move on. You know,
Collector's item for sure. My
right?
lady in the chat, Marina Lemon, she says, I loved living in Tennessee. Yeah, I forget that you've lived in a couple places, babe. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's that, dude. I only hear great things about Tennessee. I only hear awesome things about Tennessee. The people out there, and just the type of landscape, man. I forget that I don't get to see many fall colors, you know. So when we went out to Virginia, we had to drive to upstate New York, and dear God, man, that was beautiful scenery. Just the orange and yellow of all the trees, the type of landscape it is. You tend to forget that New York, upstate New York is mountains. You know, it's really gorgeous.
That is true. I wouldn't have thought about that.
I think New York. I think concrete jungle. But no, man, there you can get up there in upstate and
That's a
it,
trip, brother.
yeah, right.
And I will say, so I really enjoy the concept of being able to visit the snow, but I would not want to have to shovel the walk and fucking shovel the driveway. Like, fuck living in the snow. Let's go visit the snow and then get the fuck out of there when we're done.
Yeah, dude. Like in California, you pay a lot for cooling costs. But I'm sure when it starts snowing, man, that heater is going. But that's like another thing too, where you don't really appreciate. Like in California, how many people have uh, have a fireplace that they literally never use? It's like we have a fireplace. Why don't we bring some firewood? Like instead of turning this fucking heater on, like it's like nah, man, just turn that fucker on. Like no one's gonna go out and buy some oak right now.
But it's a trip, and you know it's funny that you would mention Big Bear, brother, because that's a family memory that's been ingrained into my brain. Is when I was a kid, our like most of my dad's side of the family. So a lot of aunts and uncles and a bunch of cousins. We'd rent a cabin out at Big Bear and we just go fucking do family shit in the snow. So one of my favorite like family memories is everyone being cramped in the van going fucking up there and getting into snowball fights and sledding down the hill and fucking coming in all cold and shit and just doing family shit. So like
Not wearing the proper like winter gear and shit. You're like, why are my gloves soaked to the bone? Like you just think because you got gloves on, you can make fucking snowballs, and you're like, nah, bro,
I'll
you
be
got.
I'll be fine. I
Yeah,
can't feel them, but I'll be fine.
yeah. You're like, my fingertips are blue. Like, yeah, it's okay, man. You just gotta keep them moving. Yeah, man. I remember when we were living in Glendale, we actually my father would take us up to Big Bear. I remember vividly those plastic snow sleds, and I remember vividly being able to like slide my little itty bitty arms into the little hooks, and I'm like, I'm a ninja turtle, bitch. I'd be sliding down hills. Yeah, man. Big Bear is a really beautiful place, but you forget that that shit is way above sea level, and since we're so acclimated to sea level, and when you get up there, you're like,
And dude, anybody that did do that as a kid, like I'm glad that we're all alive still because we were dipping on those sleds and like we would run into trees and rocks and fucking each other. We would hit each other all fucking day and we're still fine. So, that's a good way to toughen the kid up and work on your immune system is go throw them out in the cold for a few days and just have them run into each other and throw a bunch of rocks and snow at each other.
yep, yep. There's nothing better than being completely not ready for that type of weather or that type of senior, and you get there and you just gotta huff it out, man. You just gotta start moving. That was the one thing my dad told me. He's like, you don't got all the best jackets and stuff and wearing sweatpants, but all you gotta do is just start going, man. Just start warming up. Go up there, run up there, and get down the sled and run back up. You won't be cold anymore.
You get to moving, hell yeah, you get pretty
Yeah.
warm. No, but yeah, good memories, good times, and crazy thing about California is you can experience a little bit of everything. Like you could take one trip and see almost any kind of background. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, yeah. Maria said it's when the tornado season hits, that's the worst. Yo, there's nothing worse for me. There's one thing I'm super, super phobic about, and that is lightning and thunder. Like, if that shit's going down around me, I'm at edge. So I'm just like, nah, man, I need to get into some cover. Ever since I was a little kid, I just could not handle. And
So,
when you
brother, I have a deep respect for thunder and lightning. Like, I think it's scary as fuck, but I really like it. Like, I like to watch it, and I think that it's dope to observe. But, like, absolutely, if I see a bolt of lightning, it's time to get the fuck from outside. We need to be in somewhere so that we can observe it. There's no need to be out in the rain or there's
Yeah,
nothing.
I love lightning and thunder and rain and shit when it's like I can see it from like 50 miles out. Then
Yep,
it's like, this is beautiful.
same,
This is amazing, man. But when
same.
it's like right above me, I'm like, yo, you guys are stupid. We need to get the fuck inside, man. We got this little thing in our pocket that is like, just like, hey, come fuck me up.
Bring the lightning. Bring the lightning right here. Yeah, no, I feel you 100%, brother. And yeah, as awesome or as beautiful as lightning can be, shit is terrifying. So,
Yeah, dude.
let's see. She says you won't last in the South. It's always lightning and thundering, even in the summertime. And see,
Oh,
that's
dude.
dope. I'm just saying I'd be inside a lot. And guess what? I'm inside a lot already. So it looks like I do just fine out there.
Yeah, the one time the two times I visited Missouri, um, yeah, I'd never seen lightning like that. In California, you see the lightning, you're like, oh, that's some cool white looking lightning. In fucking Missouri, that shit is pink and it's not touching the ground. That shit is climbing through fucking clouds. Like shit goes off and it's just this like just massive amount, like I guess you would call them electrical storms, you know? But that was one thing where I was a little bit more at ease with that because it's like, they're not. It's not like striking the ground as much, but it's kind of like it's more beautiful because going through the fucking clouds
It's
and shit.
just chilling up there in the sky still.
Yeah,
That's crazy to think about the different kinds of lightning that there are, brother. Because
right,
typically, when I would think of a bolt of lightning, I would think of just like a white bolt coming down. And yeah, like I wouldn't. Yeah, that's a trip to think
right.
about it, like cruising through the clouds and kind of like, fuck, that'd
Yeah,
be gnarly to see.
it's like just like if a spider could weave a web really fast, like it just climbs through the clouds. It's when they sound the tornado alarm that I'm just like, shit, what the fuck? And everyone's like, it's cool, that shit goes off all the time and nothing touches down. Don't even worry about it. I'm like, bitch, I am worried. I'm worried. Basements, having basements and shit. It's not like a normal thing in California. You have to find a house that has some basements, but out there, everybody's got a basement. Everybody has. Like we have earthquake insurance. They got.
And I think, yeah, it's really a necessity thing, brother. There's nobody in California really needs a cellar. It's more of it would be like an aesthetic thing to be able to say, yeah, I have a house that has a basement or something like so. That is also another crazy thing to think about is stuff that you kind of need in other states that you may not think about in certain other states because yeah, we don't got no tornadoes here. Nobody needs a basement for that. But if you are out there in Tennessee, you definitely. And so it could just be, it's forgive me because Cynic is in my name, but why the fuck are you gonna build anything out in a place called Tornado Alley? Like, who thought that it was a good idea to be like, let's put people here?
You're like,
I
you might lose everything, once every 15 years, but it's cheap. The houses are only
as as much
5,000.
as I love people, I think that that's something that we could work on. That's a little bit of a dumb kind of thing. Like, it's literally called Tornado Alley. Maybe we'll just keep. We got the rest of the United States. Maybe we'll just keep this one alley clear. The
Yeah,
tornadoes can just rip shit up and they'll be fine.
right.
But
Like,
I. All right, 2 shots in. We got my brother Mario here. Thank you so much for chilling, sir. Always good to
oh,
see you.
bro.
We need to do this more often. It's good to
Yeah,
see you, man.
man, definitely. I'm definitely gonna be around a lot more. So this is definitely gonna be more of a thing that we do for sure. Always pleasurable.
Because this will encourage me to do my weekly thing. With the new job being a brand ambassador and traveling as much as I have been, I haven't necessarily been the most motivated. So this will be kind of like having a workout buddy. You'll keep me honest. You'll come back and keep doing it. But no, brother, you're always welcome on panel, and it's great to have actually another person to see and to talk to. So, anytime that you want to come on and join us, you're more than welcome. And, I really appreciate your time tonight. So,
Oh, dude, I'm as long as I can schedule it in, man, I'll be here. 100%. 100%.
let's talk about Clean Pump, brother. What's coming down the pipe? What should people be looking out for? What do we have available right now? I know that there's a lot. So let's start with what's available right now. How many versions of the Clean Pump do we have?
Man, right now we have, as far as versions go, I wish I had everything in front of me. Right now, like I said, I'm taking a dad break, so I'm like, don't have all my shit out here. But just recently, we started working with a bit more 3D printers, so we started making slips and bases for our American made pumps, and coming with like a little pearl washer 3D printed basket so you can pull up your pearls whenever you want. Tool area for your Q-tips. But as far as pump wise goes, we're making the switch over to American because The quality is superb. I literally have had to replace this many American bumps in the last now 4 years that I've been around. The quality is extremely high. Um, the the only reason again is just because it's been tough times to try and work with China, and I got into the position where I'm finally like, okay, I want you to make my box. I want you to label my stuff. I want you to do all the stuff so I can just get them shipped here. Everything's gonna be hunky dory. I don't have to do any extra work. But unfortunately, like the level of quality control in China when it comes to products like this, it's not an iPhone. You know, it's a product that they make that's it's just getting pumped out. And if people follow me on Instagram, they'll see truly the amount of extra work that goes into making clean pump clean. Because they send them out still, they have to machine parts, right? And sometimes I get pumps to me that are still covered in mineral oils or particular oils that they have to use in order to machine these parts. So I get them and they're of like C minus quality when I get them. So I have to do our own stateside QC and literally fill buckets worth of soap detergent and water and clean up all the pumps, clean up all the glass. Because I'm much more of a smaller company. I'm not a company where I'm like Puffco where I'm ordering 30,000, 60,000 units at a time. So I have to put in the work myself. And when I started to do more wholesale and distribution, um, people started to tend to be like, well, I can get these pumps from like Alibaba at this price, and I have to now, you know, do my due diligence and work and tell them, look, like you can get them for $3, $4, $5, but they're not going to be the quality that I have. And the only way to get that quality is doing it through small batch ordering. And just because it's me myself, I'm a small business. I have to do all this QC on my own. And that's why I charge what I charge, because I have to put in value of the work that I put into the product myself. So
And I've tuned into the live streams, brother, of you taking each individual one out of the box and putting stickers on it, making sure that it's up to par. And so there is a lot of extra man hours that go into it. And it's not like you're just ordering a product and then selling it. Like
yeah,
you put a lot of effort into Clean Pump. And there's a lot of stuff, exactly like you said, behind the scenes that a lot of people may not realize that is happening.
yeah, and it's as a person who like I really just wanted to sell a quality product. And when I started out, it wasn't too much extra work. They were sending me things that I didn't have to put so much extra man hours in, so I could offer them at a much lower price. But then once the the dirty stuff and the shitty quality started coming, it added more man hours. And when I start to sell 300 pumps to a distributor, that's like 3, 4, 5 days of work for me to get 300 pumps cleaned, make sure they're good to go, of quality that when I would receive the product, I would be like, this is $25. It's gonna last me fucking years. And that's what was most important to me. And since now, some of my distributors are like, hey, I want, this many, or I have, a company in Canada that wants to order like 500, 1,000 of these. It's like from profit to cost, it's just like I'm working for, 25 cents on the dollar. And it's makes you really kind of go, man, I don't know if I can do 1,000 every week. And some people are like, well, hire folks. Again, I don't make as much when I'm selling at a distributor price or a wholesale price. I'm not making that much. I'm making $2, $3 compared to if I sell it on my own website and make sure the quality's there, then I can earn a decent living and not have to freaking sell my booty hole, you know? Like never done that, but I'm just saying, like, it's a you're trying to live a normal life and still enjoy the work that you're doing. And in the state of California, it's really hard to be able to hire people and pay them a just wage. You know, I want to pay someone a good wage in order to be like, okay, you're gonna help me with these 5,000 pumps. I need you to make sure they're of this quality, you know, and I want to pay them the right amount and take care of those people that if I do have to hire someone, they're your responsibility. You're their employer. So it's very important to me. And I'm hoping I get to that position. And that's why I started to move more towards dealing more, with more of my American brand and just incorporating the cost of the pump and giving people more of a collector's item instead of just constantly giving the same style of bases out. And that's where Morgan from Slugworth comes in, where he gives me the ability to say, okay, let's make a run of 150, you know, Q-tip bases attached to a dope base, or we just make our own versions of the bases we have now, and that's the cost of it definitely goes up, but we're no longer working with the soft glass material where, you know, like these bottles that we have in for our whiskey, you know, if you look at them, there's a seal that's in between the glass that goes all the way through the mid portion of your glass. That's because this was just a big glob of clear soft glass. They got shit into a, uh, a graphite mold, and it squeezed this bottle out, right? And so these bottles aren't like, they're pretty perfect, but there's still some inconsistencies in the glass. And this is not a glass that a glass artist could just take a torch to and fucking mold and make into something else. If a glass artist takes his torch to this glass, it explodes because it's not a it's not a glass that is meant to take particular amounts of heat, right? So when we start getting from soft glass into Cymex or borosilicate, like these glasses, this glass is a glass tube, you know. They come in tube form. They don't come in a glob, they come in a tube. So this particular sizing is something that is in a tube form, and he has to put heat to it and then create the base, attach it, do different things to it. So when we're talking about making um, glass bases for pumps of this style, you know, as you can see, like this particular pump is just sealed with a nylon seal. You can just push it into a particular sizing in here, but there's no threading on that. This guy has threading to it. So when you start to work with threaded material, I have to locate, I've, I've had to locate um, a particular company that's out of New Jersey that makes this particular threading for our pump tops. And our pump tops are not a normal threaded size. It's not like a jar of jam that's kind of the same size. It's a very particular sizing. So I have to contact them, get tubes made with this particular threading on them already. So I have to call them. They have to make the tubing. The tubes come with two sides each. I've sold them to glass artists before. Some glass artists can make the threading themselves, but it's a little less consistent than when I get them through the company that I get them through, because they're actually using a real deal machine that can create the threadings
The
that
specific,
very specific threading.
it's a very specialized tool.
Yeah. It's a graphite tool that, you know, is quite a bit of money. Graphite tools in general are a
So
shit.
then, brother, my question would be: as much as I love Slugworth's new take on the bass, one of the reasons why I love the clean pump so much is because I can put so much fucking ISO in there. So, is there a heady version of the big boy bass like this?
There will be. There will be. We're gonna be making what me and him intend to do is really make bases that are very similar. Like this particular base right here, this guy holds I think around 6 ounce. Yeah, no, it holds 6 ounces total.
And
Okay.
that's what and I guess that's what I would be interested in is even if it's not the same shape, like I love that clean pump, but just do you have like a glass version that's got a large base and not because I don't necessarily need the Q-tip holder.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that was the last time I spoke to him, he was asking me, should I make some Q-tip holders next year? I'm like, nah, man. Let's just make some. Let's just make the bases and let's make them around 5 to 6 ounces. Um, you're the artist, but at least let's make them so they hold about around 5 to 6 ounces. And the main reason is because yeah, you don't want to be constantly fucking filling things up. You want to be able to kind of sit on it for a month, or depending on how much you use. Some people can sit on them for a month and a half, 2 months.
And
So
I understand, that's at this point we're talking about a custom piece of glass and it's going to be, substantial because now it has these threads on it and stuff. So it's going to cost a little bit, but that would be the clean pump that I would buy, brother, is the 6 to 8 ounce with like
larger
some black
base.
and slime on it because that's primarily what I really enjoy about my clean pump is that this is a nice big fucking jar that I don't have to refill for a while. And I could take some dabs and I'm chilling.
Yeah, yeah, and that was one of my main things too. Is like I like the Q-tip and ISO combination. Some people tend to like them, but I think once people have them for a while, they tend to realize the same thing you do. Is like I'm having to pop this thing open and fill it a lot. You know.
And so I think that it is awesome to have the combination, brother. It's just that being a glass collector, I already have some shit to hold Q-tips. So it's like I would rather spend the money on having more ISO, you know?
Yeah, yeah, because it's like that was my main thing. I'm like, we can get those, we can get cups 3D printed, bro. Like, we a lot of people use their. I'm like, sorry, I'm looking at my poor Chihuahua. The poor guy jumped out of the car today and I think kind of sprained his little foot. He's not feeling the greatest.
At
Um,
least he's all right. At least he's
yeah,
all right. And so, brother, am I mistaken or did you hand the cup to Mrs. Clean Pump? Did I see
yeah,
that correctly?
yeah, yeah. She's actually.
Cheers, miss. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for letting me borrow your man for a little bit. He is a very good friend. Love him to death, and I'm glad that he could join me for a little bit. So,
Cheers. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I totally forgot to tell you that we were at BJ's for a little while, and we had a great time there. But I drank like two. I had some basil hidden. I had two uh, what are we called again? Old fashioned. Yeah, two old fat. I can't even remember the name of the fucking. That's your Jesus favorite Christ. Drink. That's the only thing it's my favorite drink. So it's like I had two old fashioned, one basil hidden, and one Maker's Mark, and here we are.
so it was a good dinner.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was prime rib with some veggies, and she had salmon with some veggies. You can't ask for more, man. And on top of that, I got a beautiful message from one of my customers, and it made dinner that much better, man. So good on
Cheers
her.
to a good Friday, brother.
Amazing Friday. Yeah, man. I since I stopped, I'm like a pretty been on a pretty big ketogenic kick lately. Whiskey's kind of like the only thing that's not like yeah, keep it a little bit more keto, but it's like I do miss my beers and being at BJ's. I was like, fuck, I could just drink a blonde. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna not have the shits tonight. I'm not gonna have the bubble guts tonight. I'm just gonna stick with the whiskey.
And that's what I was gonna say, brothers. I was never able to. So two things. I was never able to get the taste for it because all my buddies were like, you just drink enough and then you won't even taste it. It's like that never happened. I drank plenty and it still tastes bad. Like I
Yeah,
just never. Beer's not my shit. Like I can handle whiskey, but I just never got beer. And two, the, the like the amount. You know, when you're when you're taking shots, it's a little different than when you're drinking beers, especially if you have like a couple of beers. Like it ends up being a substantial amount of liquid. And it's
yeah,
like, fuck, man. I'd rather just take the shot.
yeah. I don't need that much yeast in my life, man. You know, I don't need that much hops. Like that. That was. I used to be a real hardcore beer drinker, and I don't get me wrong. I can, in a certain time, place, time frame, moment, I can enjoy a beer, but I know what's coming. You know, I fucking know what's coming, and I've never been a. I'm not a sour guy. I'm not one of these dudes who likes IPAs and sour beers. Like that's a huge thing in the beer community. I am a pilsner guy. I'm the dude who likes. Like a lot of people all immediately assume like Mexican, Modelo, or Corona, right? And believe me, they're great beers, but there's something about where that those beers came from. Like in Mexico, we have a lot of pilsners because a lot of Germans came to. Mexicans only play accordions because the Germans were there. If you listen to polka and you listen to mariachi side by side, you're gonna be like, motherfuck, what
I've
the
called it Mexican polka my entire fucking life, bro. Like it's undeniable. It's undeniable. If you listen to
Yeah,
both of those kinds of music, you will never get the comparison out of your head again because
no,
it's the same shit. It's just
yeah,
different people singing to it.
yeah, yeah, and that was like that's why we have great pilsners. We have
I
Corona.
think we do it better because we talk about drug dealers and shit,
Yeah,
but it's the same music.
yep, yep. It's the same music with like a slight Latin flair to it. That's why we added horns and we added all kinds of shit to it. Yeah, yeah. So it's like when I think of beer, I think of I used to be a huge fan of this beer called Czech Bar. There's another beer brand called Budvar, but Czech Bar comes from Czechoslovakia. It's a Czech Republic beer, and it's a beer I even think you might enjoy because it does. It's just a clean tasting soda pop style beer, and when I introduce it to people that are Pilsner fans and they taste it, they're like, this shit's on fucking everything. And it's like their Bud Light. So I'm sure they have even better ones that I don't even know about. But I would specifically go to a particular bar out in Santa Clarita that opened up that was called the Beer Academy. And they didn't sell hard liquor, they just sold over 200 different types of imported beer from all over the world. And Czech Bar ended up being one of them when the original owners were there. And when the new owners came along, they kind of cut down on how many different styles of beers they had. But the owner, I would come in every like Thursday or Friday, and I'd sit down and I would have my three fucking Czech bars, and they were 9% beers, so it's like three, and I'm like fucking
Chilling.
gloggled, yeah, right to the dome. And the owner literally was like, you know what, dude, I'm not gonna buy in bulk for these, but I am just gonna buy like a 12 pack of them. So when you come, I'll have them here. And the most craziest phenomenon started happening is when I'd show up and he's like, damn bro, I only have like two left, dude. Like some of your homies came in, and like when someone orders that beer, I immediately know, like, do you know Mario? And they're like, yeah, yeah, he told me to ask. He's like, well shit, you're drinking his fucking beer. There's only a 12er of this shit. And you're over here drinking his shit. He's like, so I gotta order some more. And that was one of my favorite things is just Czech Bar. That beer is probably one of the cleanest beers. But still, at the end of the day, it would just, man, it would just tear up my stomach. So I'm like, I guess I gotta grow a pair of nuts and start drinking that good old bourbon and whiskey, man. And it's been great though, because this, just like beer, man, whiskey is like it's a very mystical thing, man. There's so many people that make such great whiskey, and it's cool to continue to try and find some new stuff.
I need to get you a bottle of Smoke Wagon for Christmas, brother. Like,
Smoke
it's
wagon?
yeah, it's super duper smooth. I've been drinking it for maybe like 2 years now, and it started off as a pretty small unknown distillery out of Nevada, but they're really popular now, and they're doing really really well. So um, I there's they have a couple of different ones, but three major ones. So they have their regular bourbon, which is okay, but I prefer their small batch,
Oh,
which is always 100 proof. And then they have I think it's raw and no, uncut and unfiltered, and that
no,
goes anywhere from 113 to like 117%. Um, or proof. I'm sorry.
whew.
So it gets pretty heavy, but they all taste really good. But the small batch, that's my favorite. I've had a couple bottles of that, and I'm gonna get you a bottle for Christmas, brother. Because as someone that likes to sample different alcohols, like, because that's the thing. Is it just whiskey for you, or do you try different stuff? Like, do you try different vodkas, or have you tried like different? Is it
I, I,
mostly whiskey?
it's mostly whiskey
Woo!
because of what it's made from. You know, like I said, I try to keep my diet to a minimum. Not that I'm like some super fucking like, you know, crazy person when it comes to my diet because I need to be ripped. But it's like a dietary issue where, like I said, I've done it and I've beat my fucking guts up so much throughout the years. You know, I'm 37. I've had many years of drinking everything and anything that I could get my hands on, but I just didn't appreciate it as much back when I was younger. I didn't have um, a serious like opinion on anything. It was just something to get some courage inside me, you know, like basically. So it was never like tasting or anything like that. But I'm not, I'm not like, uh, I'm not a person who's like, nah, I'm not, I won't try this. Or if I know I have enough days of, not really drinking, then like, yeah, but let's try a shot of this tequila or let's try a shot of this vodka. But the thing that gets me off kilter is sometimes people are like, let's try this mixed drink with like these sugars and this soda. I'm like, I'm good on that.
I'll be honest, brother. Like, I try and keep an open mind, but fuck gin. Can't do like I've tried. I've gin every. It's like candy corn. I keep
Yeah.
telling myself, you know what? I'm gonna try this one, and it's gonna be fucking bomb this time. And then I try, and I'm like, this is exactly why I don't fuck with this stuff.
You're like,
Like
it's just sugar coated wax. Why did I fucking do this? Like,
every time, dude. So that's as much as I try and keep an open mind, and I'm exactly where I think that we're of the same mind when it comes to stuff. We try and be open minded. We try and be adventurous. Even if I only try it once, I'm gonna try it. But like with gin, that's kind of what happened. Is like I tried it once, and I was like, I don't think you're ever gonna present another one where I'm gonna be like, yeah, like
yeah, like that's the one. I love the way. What do they use? It's like a different. It's like a weird. It,
juniper berries, brother.
there you go. It's juniper berry.
Yeah, and it's like
It's like fuck
I've
juniper
never
berry,
seen
bitch.
that on another bottle. Yeah, like fuck juniper berries, dude. There's nothing good about them. It's poison.
Yeah, no,
Poison berries.
yeah, no,
Sister
no.
Golden Hair, what's going on, fam? She says skull. Okay, so what alcohol is that? I know it's an alcohol. What
Skull,
kind of
right?
alcohol?
That's a vodka, right?
I want to say it is, brother, because that sounds Russian.
Yeah. What's up, Terry? Yeah.
Well, yep, Skull Vodka. And so if we're talking about vodka, fam, I fuck with Kettle One
Yes.
because those brass stills, they actually do, like, as stupid as it might sound to like talk about like, oh, the finish and meh, 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 meh. Like, you know what? When you take a shot of some Kettle One, there actually is a little bit of warmness that you get on the finish, and there's this difference that you get from those copper stills, and it's dope and it's worth trying. So if you guys drink vodka, definitely try it. And Sister Golden Hair says Mexican polka. Okay, okay, I see it. And that was a couple of minutes after we mentioned it. So something tells me she actually went and looked that shit up. Somebody's been listening to polka and fucking some mariachi music.
Yeah.
There were comparisons made. All right. I see you, Sister Golden Hair. Brother Mario, I got to go grab another soda so I can have a chaser. I will be right back.
Handle, my man. So yeah, I mean, if you guys like vodka, what's another vodka brand that is actually pretty decent? Um, there's what's that other brand, babe? That's
Kettle One.
We already covered Kettle One.
Oh, Kettle One. Grey Goose.
Great. What do you think about Grey
Grey Goose
Goose?
is
I
really
think
good.
it's kind of overhyped. You know what I mean? Like,
I agree 100%, sir. It's a good vodka, but I don't understand what the hype around it is because it tastes like most other vodkas that I've had. And when I say good vodka, like really the bad vodka that I think of is like the plastic handle of pop off that you see with like shit floating around at the bottom. That's, you maybe don't drink out of that one, but most other vodkas are pretty good. So
yeah,
I
it's like
mean,
vodka is kind of like you can only fuck that up so much. It's like potatoes and fucking figure out a good way to distill this shit. But the one thing the one hard liquor that I tend to like respect a lot because I cannot have that much of it. Most people call it the one hard liquor that brings out the dick in everybody is tequila. And you can get into all kinds of different things when it comes into tequila, but there is some small batch stuff that comes out of Mexico that some guys out here they pay $1,000 for a bottle of some anejo, of some like ridiculous, super crazy tequila. But there's small batch distilleries in Mexico that are like up there on the grade. There's just a particular like for you when it comes to gin, and for me as well. Like I could never just drink gin. Like that's not happening. There has to be in a drink. Like my brother-in-law makes these really really wonderful drinks that have vodka, gin, and a little bit of tequila to make a particular margarita that he likes, and then he puts like I think it's grapefruit and some other stuff in it. And you can create these well balanced drinks in it, but I'm just like one of those guys that's like, just pour me a glass with a few ice cubes in it, and let me sip on it. And
and
tequila,
I think that's what fucked me up, brother, is that I'm a guy where it's like, let me take a shot. Like, let me take a shot, and that's how I'm going to experience it. And you don't do, that's a mistake. If you're going to do that with gin, you fucked up.
yeah,
Like, yeah, you're a different kind of person if you like to take shots of gin and that's your regular shit. But
yeah,
yeah, I could totally see it in a mixed drink or being a part of
like an
something else
added
that
layer.
actually, yeah, layers, like a layer to something, and it being really good. I could totally see that. But yeah,
That's
whew.
kind of tequila is for me because no matter what drink you're drinking, if there's fucking tequila in it, you're like, there's fucking tequila in here, bro. Like, there's no skirting around tequila flavor. It's like, pre-vomit smell. I wonder what this is. It's fucking tequila. Like, it's fucking. But when you're gonna have a fantastic fucking time getting lit and maybe fighting a cousin or two, tequila's present, you know? Like, it's just one of those things where if you appreciate that type of taste, and it all comes from the agave plant, right? Like, that
I
particular.
was wondering how Mexican it was going to make me sound saying that on some of my, well, not some of, pretty much all of my dad's family get togethers involve a big cooler, and there's a lot of beer and a lot of tequila in that cooler. And we just fucking, we chill on that. You know, sometimes we get emotional. You
Yo,
know,
dude. Yeah, that's what that really. I think people tend to make tequila out to be like, oh, I turned into that's an asshole drink. It's like, no, bro, it's just liquor tends to bring out the spirit within you, and if you're going through some shit, which most Mexicans, you know, sometimes we're going through shit. We work really hard. That shit brings it to the surface. That's why if you see an emotional Mexican crying and being like, "I love you, bro," that's his true insides coming out, and tequila is just allowing him to express that shit. Like the only time you'll see like a hardcore grown ass Mexican man like crying in front of you and giving you his heart is he's
couple shots in.
a couple fucking tequila shots in with that right polka Mexican music going on in the background.
Lubricate those emotions, get the real shit out. But no, that's some true shit because that's something that you got to watch out for at the family get-togethers. Is once the shots start going down, the truth comes out, baby.
Yeah, yeah, dude. You know what, fool?
I fucking love you, eh?
Yeah, bro. Well, you know what? You know what? You know, Francisco. Man, fuck you, bro. You know, you didn't bring shit to the party. You just come, you eat all the carne asada, you drink all the fucking beer, and you know, it doesn't matter, bro. I love you. I appreciate you for being here. You know, but I just try to get off my chest. Like next time, bring a sixer, motherfucker. What's wrong with you? Yeah, bro.
You ate half the tacos. I watched.
I said there was gonna be a taquiza here, but for everybody, not just fucking you, bro. You ate all of the fucking lengua. What's wrong with you, dog? What's wrong with you? Why? But I still love you, bro. Let's just keep coming. Next time, I'll just make sure there's more lengua. You know, like, yeah, man. It's one of those fucking drinks, and you could definitely say that about all liquors, but for some reason, man, tequila does it for most people, man. They bring it out.
Tequila is the distiller of emotions. You can really get some shit out of. So that's some truth juice right there, brother.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. And that's like, man, what other type of liquors that are pretty underrated?
We got my lady laughing here. Yeah, because it's the truth. You know it. You know it. We're
It's a
talking.
hundred.
We're talking about every Hispanic family get together that you've ever had.
Yep, yep. Always. There's the cousin to cousin beef and the fucking brother and sister beef, and then it all goes away and everybody loves each other and we're all half asleep, half awake, and then then we're just talking about tequila. We haven't even got into the mezcal, dude. Like, motherfuck me, dude. Mezcal is a whole nother level of Jesus.
And dude, so here's the thing with tequila, I have to handle that in layers because like the blanco, that's to me that's blackout juice. So I I like to go repasado and above. So the
Ah,
repasado and the anejo, I fucks with that.
yeah.
And honestly, brother, like I don't go crazy expensive or rare. Like I can drink cazadores and be
Ah,
totally happy. Like take a
fuck
couple
that.
shots of that, have
Cheetos,
a
bro.
great night, right?
Cheetos.
Yeah. Oh man, I didn't even
Cheetos are the
so
pretty like baseline, dude.
I've never even seen their tequila, brother. I've only so you're talking about the guys that make the vodka, right?
Tito's makes a vodka. Don't they make a fucking?
Yeah.
Don't they make? They do make a tequila, but I don't think they're allowed to call it that, right? Because tequila has
Oh,
to Mexico. You're not allowed to call a tequila unless it comes from a particular area of Mexico, and they actually have that like locked down. So when people say, "Oh, this is a tequila," it's like, "Oh, okay, your shit comes from this particular place in Mexico."
Huh. Because yeah, I did not even realize that Tito's dabbled in other stuff. So I'm definitely gonna have to
I
check
might,
that out, bro.
I might be fucking wrong, and I might just be thinking it's fucking tequila and it's vodka. But
I heard Mrs. Clean Pump confirm she's way less shots in than we are.
yeah.
So I gotta look it up because that's yeah.
That I want to that particular like the tequila is like the underscore to mezcal, and mezcal like when you find a in Mexico, when my dad was drinking, he he was very much like him and my uncles were very much like, no man, we don't drink fucking tequila, we drink mezcal, you know. And
They were very particular.
yeah, yeah, very particular about the mezcal they drink. Mezcal is the one that you'll like. If you find a tequila bottle with a worm in it, fucking push that shit aside. That's a novelty. It's you. Mezcal is what has the worm at the bottom of it, like that. If you find a local one, you'll find the worm at the bottom. Usually, you can just distinguish between regular tequila and the mezcal, because mezcal will have the little gusanito at the very bottom. That whoever's the bravest will fucking chuck that fucker down. I mean, it's protein, but like, I never did it myself, dude. So, yeah, when it comes to mezcal, I'm not super well versed in it, but I know it's just like another level, right? Like another different style of liquor, from Mexico.
Apparently, that's what my lady likes to drink, brother. She says, "Oh, I love mezcal. I have like 2 bottles straight from Mexico right now." Shit.
Yep. See, like, man,
Oh,
mezcal.
she was also talking about the family beef. She's like, "Yeah, that happens. It's hilarious." Then you start the dancing
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
because there's always either a DJ or some mariachis. Like, you know
oh, if
what's
you
funny, brother Mario, is that I found out I actually have an uncle that plays the trumpet for a mariachi band, and
no
they're called like the Midnight Express or some shit like that.
no
And the family, like out in LA, when my family has get-togethers and they do like someone's birthday or something like that,
they're bringing the band.
that's the mariachi band that will rent out, and yeah, they'll fucking come and it's awesome.
Dude,
And that's why I definitely appreciate some of the stereotypes about the Hispanic family, because yes, I've had live mariachis at my family get-togethers until like 1 o'clock in the morning, and
yeah,
that shit is amazing. Like it's a great memory. Like it was
yeah.
a good
The band
experience, and
fucked
that
up.
shit really does happen. Like that's not just a story that fucking stand-up comics tell. Like that shit is real shit.
Yeah, dude. It's if you're in a Mexican family, you're definitely gonna have that happen for sure at least once in your life, where you're like, damn, we're getting down right now. Look at us, dude. These motherfuckers came with trumpets, saxophones. Fucking Jesus, what is going down? Yeah, man. Yeah, that's like one of the big things of Mexican culture is live music, man, because the party was lit when the dude tells you, bro, you fucking missed out. We had the banda there. We had like as soon as they tell you banda, like as Mexican families go, we're not big spenders. So you're spending some money on the banda, at least like 400 or 500 fucking dollars for them sons of bitches to show up. And that's not even making a lot because they're gonna bring 7 motherfuckers. And so you're like, you they hope that you like the music and you tip them, but they know they're just gonna have a good time. They're there to fucking get just as spicy as you are, and that's a big part of the fucking culture, 100%.
It's a lot of fun, brother, and it's cool because yeah, in between songs here and there, you might see one of the guys take a shot or hang out and yeah, just fucking chill with everybody. So it's a great experience for everyone, and yeah, if you have
Yep.
some Hispanic friends, go to a quinceañera, go to a birthday party, go to a family get together, get in on the barbecue.
Dude, get in on the barbecue and get in on the ruckus because I'm telling you, it is 100% worth. It's just an experience everyone should fucking have of them going to a Mexican party. If your homie says, "Bro, you should come over to my house. We're gonna have a family get together," We're gonna have a banda. If you want to have a spiritual experience, motherfuckers, show up because that shit is gonna be so much fun. So much. You're gonna become someone's family member. They might offer you their fucking daughter. Who knows, bro? Like their niece, nephew, no matter. You know?
We
Yeah.
got my brother Mario chilling with us, guys. Honestly, we're probably going to head out pretty soon. We're coming up on an hour 40. I was thinking we'll run it until like 2 hours. So we got maybe like 20 minutes left. And if brother Mario wants to hang out longer, we can definitely do that. I've had a great time so far. We just chilling. We got a couple of homies in the chat. So, hey, cheers, guys. Hope you've been, if you got something to pour or smoke or spark, just light it up, drink it up, pour it up, all that good stuff. Make sure that you're safe. And if you're watching us from somewhere that is not home, that you can get home safely. And just so you know, I always like to throw this out. There's at least 3 different things that you can use aside from local services that I might not even know about. So you got Lyft, you got Uber, you got cabs. We can actually call cabs still. They're still a thing. And I was reading an article the other day that says that it's come full circle and it's actually cheaper to call a cab than to just do the Uber thing. So you might just be better off calling a cab. But if you're watching us from somewhere that is not home and you've had a couple of drinks and you're getting swifty, get home safely. It's not worth trying to drive yourself home. And that's all that I'm going to preach on that. I just want to make sure that you guys are safe and you can make it here to the next one, because having to pay for all that stuff and DUIs is that is shitty. Yeah, so shitty.
Bullshit. If if you got a mule, then you might be all right, because that fucker will find his way back home without you having to steer the son of a bitch. So, but if you don't, definitely hit up them Ubers. Definitely hit up those fucking. They're there for a reason, but believe me, use them cab services. Those motherfuckers got cheap all of a sudden, and those dudes tend to care a little bit more than the Uber driver. Just saying.
But yes, be safe out there, guys. Much love. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out with us. I hope that you have enjoyed our stories and just hanging out. Hopefully, we will see Brother Mario on the channel more often. It's always good to check in with him and get some family time in. We miss you, Brother Mario, and it's always good to get, some FaceTime with you and just sit down and relax for a little bit. So thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for fucking inviting me and making it happen, man, because these are always fun, and for sure we're gonna be doing a lot more of them. You know, I've been going through a lot of shit this year. This year wasn't the best. My father passed away this year. I had a lot of fucking turmoil in my own life that I didn't even fucking know was hitting me. But everyone's gonna go through it, and I'm glad that I got homies like you. I got people I can reach out to that are constantly always trying to make sure I'm okay, and that's the most fucking important part. Like, make sure you guys have some fucking friends that you consider family, because you're gonna need them, man. The road of life is long for some of us and short for others, and to that I tip my drink to all those who have passed on this year from whatever it may be. I hope you guys, whoever's dealing with the same thing, I hope you guys find solace in knowing that you're not alone, that you can reach out to somebody, whether it be Mikey, myself. I'm always available. So, cheers to you guys. Life is a hard road, but we can do it together.
It's a clan thing. So make sure that you take advantage of the people in your clan. Reach out when you need it.
Every time. We got the homie Corey. All of my brother, I hope you're doing well. I'm tripping off Union Shroom Bars. Yo, salute to you and your amazing experience on those life-changing shroomies.
So, Brother Mario, Brother Corey brings up an interesting concept, because he's from, actually, you know what? Brother Corey, I'm sorry to ask you this because you're tripping right now, but what state are you from, sir? So, Brother Mario, Brother Corey is from out of state, and he actually came with his buddy. That's not what I was going to say. That's just a burp. He came with his buddy Nate, and they actually stopped by the house and visited and got to meet me.
Oh,
So I say that to say this: we both live in California. We have to get together sometime next year.
dude, yeah, yeah. I know I've been saying it for so fucking long, man. You're only like a what, like a 3.5 hour drive away from me, dude.
And it doesn't matter which one we do, brother. I'll drive out there. You could drive out here. I don't care which one, but you've been my friend for a while. It would be dope to give you a hug.
Bro, seriously, man, that would encompass everything that we've fucking been going through, and be able to do one of these fucking things like side by side, and then end up fucking falling asleep. You know?
Right in the same room instead of fucking on two separate cameras. That would be dope, brother. But
Yeah,
yeah,
dude.
we that's my goal for next year is to make some kind of meeting happen where we can get like I go out and visit you and Miss Clean Pump and we have dinner or something, or have you guys come down for the weekend and we dive you the fuck out and we try all the rigs in the with like whatever.
Yeah,
But
dude.
we need to get together sometime next year for sure.
No, for sure. New Year's resolution. Holy shit, you're from Virginia. My wife's from Virginia. Virginia Beach, Virginia, my man. All the
That's
people,
what it
there's
was.
lots of beautiful people in Virginia for sure. We got to stay on this beautiful, beautiful boat. Her good friend, she basically lives on a boat, and so she docks in Virginia Beach. And we were super blessed to be able to fucking stay on her boat for the duration of our stay there. We got to watch her son graduate high school. And man, it was truly. I've never, bro, trip fall news. I never seen. What are they called? Glowbugs? Fireflies.
Fireflies.
I never seen that. I thought I was having a stroke. I thought I was fucking having a stroke. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Dude, look at these fucking little things. Like, oh, those are fireflies. Like, get the fuck out of here, Chooks. That's the thing about life, man. Is like you can be in one area and feel like you kind of have a gist of what reality is, and then you go somewhere else and you're like, fuck, man, this is a whole new experience for me, man. Just fireflies fucking changed my
I'm
whole.
right there with you, brother, because being a California guy, I've only seen fireflies in movies. Like
See,
I've never been outside and been like, oh, fireflies, cool. Like
right?
if I saw that shit, I'd probably be like, dude, I'm tripping balls right now. What was in that bowl that I just smoked? Like I'm fucked up. Like yeah, it would take me a second. So that's really cool, and that's very true. Like you go different places, you experience different things. It's awesome.
Oh, no, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. I'm in Fairfax, Virginia, 15 minutes from DC. Is that close to
Oh
your brother?
yeah, DC. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, man. My wife
My
has a
brother
brother
lives in
located
Fairfax,
pretty close to Fairfax,
Nigeria.
man.
Very nice.
That's dope. He says in Cynic at some point we got to get you out my way to visit.
Yeah,
I would love to, fam. It's just that I'm a hermit, so I don't really leave California that much. Like I did when I was a kid and my family did it. Like my grandparents, they would go a lot of different places for like bowling tournaments and random shit. So like I've been to what was it? We went to Montana, we went
Mm.
to Arizona, we went to Nevada, we went to what was it? I want to say Illinois as well.
Oh yeah, there's tons of tournaments in Illinois.
But I've been so a couple of places in like the middle and here on the West Coast, but not anything really on the East Coast. So I would be down, like brother Mario, when you go to the East Coast to do like the history trip, dude, that's something I would totally pitch in some loot and fucking go with you
Dude,
because that would be awesome.
oh yeah, man. I'm telling you, especially for like when it comes from like me and you are both like kind of on the same page when it comes to the afterlife and crazy spiritual things that happen in older cities and towns, man. So, uh, dude, I had this totally off topic, but I had this crazy, insane dream the other night. Like I said, I haven't been smoking weed, and one thing that happens when you stop smoking weed is you start having the most
clarity. Like you remember the fuck out of your dreams, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
Oh no,
What
but
you dream about?
me and you were ghost hunting, and we were having the most fan fucking tastic time until we ran into some real shit where we're like, bruh, we should have never done this.
Some Ghostbusters, like we just opened a portals, kind of like, yeah, dude. And well, you know what's cool is that I keep looking up because I keep telling my lady, like, I want to do something with somebody where we go and we check shit out. So something that you can do here in California, there's a bunch of ghost towns, and not like ghost like fucking tourist trap ghost towns,
No,
but like
no,
legit ghost towns. So
no.
I want to make a list of those and go and chill and fucking. And it started out as something stupid, like I was like, I want Deacon to pee on a building in every fucking ghost town in California, and that's my goal. uh she says yes. I keep telling you I'm down. Okay, because we need to make the fucking list.
Yeah,
But like that's something I would love to do, brother, because there's, I don't know, there's something about, like when I was a kid and I was in school, history, I hated history, but
yeah,
there's another level to it. There's like the stuff that doesn't get forced on you in school. All the rest of that shit is awesome. So now I love history, and it's
yeah.
really cool to find out, the background of these places and why they're abandoned and all that kind of shit. So I
More
I would
mining,
love to do it, brother, and I need to travel more. So let's fucking make it happen next year.
dude. Fuck yeah, that would be a dope live to be able to do. Is fucking end up what's that place in California that Ghost Adventures always goes to?
What?
Yeah, the Ghost Adventures always goes to a California town, like an old mining town. They've been to it several fucking times.
And see, my lady's all fucking excited, right? She's like, let's go play with the ghost.
Oh, bro, there ain't no
She's,
playing with no ghosts, man. It's just, it's like, there's no playing with. Oh no, did I lose it? Did I lose
See,
it?
so you're gonna have, let's see, you're gonna have Mario, Mrs. Clean Pump, and my. So that's three people on your ass. Like, please shut the fuck up. Stop playing with the ghost.
Yeah, I
The-
mean, you could be the girl that goes in there with the camera by herself and fucking sits in the saloon, and we'll be in the back, all together, huddled together, waiting for shit not to move. And like, you can definitely be the person that's out there, fucking making like I'm here, show yourself. They can show
she's gonna
themselves.
be the brave one.
Yeah, man. But there's plenty of places in California, man, for sure that are definitely spooky for sure. Like my wife has a friend that she works in the transportation industry with film, and there's one particular guy who is a driver slash DJ slash paranormal investigator, and Maddie, his name's Maddie, and he came out on Ghost Adventures. I don't remember what episode he's on, but he's in that show, and that dude has invited us to the Queen Mary and shit. And like if someone invited me to the Queen Mary, just to like go, like, hey, let's just go to the Queen Mary, check it out. I'd be like, yeah, okay. This motherfucker's like, let's go to the Queen Mary at night and let's fucking find some shit. I'm like, nah, I'm good, dude. I'm like, I'm good, bro. Like, I gotta be, I gotta be suited up. You have to know what you're getting into with that. You gotta know, that's some serious, shit, man.
That's yeah, but that's really cool to have somebody hitting you up like, yo, like that's some adventure type shit that you got to be you got to be ready for. But no, that's really cool, and I love that dream that you had, brother Mario. We need to make that a reality. So next year, I'm already kind of mental calendaring this out. Not
Yes.
only are we gonna meet, but I think that maybe we need to go on a tour of some shit.
Oh,
We need,
dude, for
we need
sure.
to check out a ghost town or something.
Hell yeah, that definitely has to happen. Another resolution.
Because it'll be family time, You
Yep.
bring Mrs. Clean Pump and she can meet my lady, and
Yep.
we can all get together and get to know each other, and then go check out a ghost town. Like that sounds like a pretty awesome time to me.
Oh, definitely, dude. That's definitely a That's definitely one of those types of memories you'll remember right before you freaking. They're like, I wonder if I'm gonna be the grouchy ghost.
And I'm gonna bring the hash, so we'll be
Yep.
all good. But
Yep.
yeah, brother. Okay, so I got one more in me. We've been on for almost 2 hours now, so this has been a great little check-in. It's been fucking dope to talk to you about whiskey and ghosts and family, and yeah, it's been a good
Yep.
time. So are you and Mrs. Clean Pump gonna be doing anything for the rest of the night? What you got going on, brother?
We don't got shit going on. My lady's just doing some work. I'm fuck. I'm in the long haul. She got like an emergency call when we were out to dinner, which is usual. My lady's on call for the type of work she does. So I'm just here, man. I wish I could fucking partake in some fucking dabs, but I'm trying to get to a certain level where I got a goal and set in mind, and I've been pretty diligent about it. So that's why I'm like, normally I'm never puffing this hard, but right now this is fucking taking, the vape is taking over the normal dab session.
And you know what, sir? There's nothing wrong with wanting to clean out your system a little bit. To me, that's just like it's an economic decision as well because you're gonna save some fucking money. Like, dude, when I'm forced to take a tolerance break because I can't afford it, I notice actually how much money I have when I can't afford it again. So it's kind of, it's one of those things where it's like, do I really need it? And as awesome as it is, it's an optional thing. And
I got some sitting right here. Like this is some raw garden, some strawberry rose I picked up, and this was like, oh man, it's still good. It's fucking ready to go. But I'm like, when I need it, I just smell it, and it's just, it's good. It's good for
that's
me. I'm
right.
sitting here waiting for me. I got 2 more other grams sitting in the fridge. Now that's the beautiful thing about cannabis. It's not the hardest thing to just, when you're ready to take a break, you'll know. Like your mind and body, it'll tell you like, all right, take a little bit of break. I think the main thing I learned the most, like I have taken a pretty good hiatus from cannabis once before. It was in 2019, I want to say, and I took the break because I was like, the business was needed some extra focus, and then I noticed that when I'm not on it, I have like this ability to focus in a little bit more, and not that I probably couldn't take some other route without quitting, but again, I've been
There's an extra
steady.
bit of clarity.
Yeah, yeah. You're not too quick to anger, or you're not too quick to an emotional response sometimes. Um, but really, I think there should be more studies done on it because when I first started smoking weed, we were like at 13%, 16%. Motherfucker, weed is now up to 30%, 28%, 20, even 25% THC.
It's a
People,
new day, brother. Like
yeah,
there's
man.
and what's crazy is being a brand ambassador for hash. What I talk to a lot of people about is we're getting to a point in weed smoking history where there's actually an experiential and a generation gap in that. There's people that have been smoking for 2 or 3, maybe 3 or 4 years that have no idea what hash is
Yeah,
because they started dabbing and they use carts and they fucking dab all the time. They don't even know about stuff that involves bud. So it's a weird, like, we're getting to kind of a weird time in
yeah.
the smoking community where you have this sort of disconnect, and it's like you have. I'll sit there at my table and younger kids will stop by and they'll be like, "What the fuck is hash? Like, what's this hash?" And I'm like, let me break it down for you. But yeah, it's crazy, brother, because it is like, man,
It's
we're
all
getting
hash.
it's
People,
quite.
people, people always ask me the same fucking question because I love. See, I started working in the industry around 2005. Okay, and I started working at Captain Ed's, and I came into Captain Ed's going, you guys don't have anything for fucking full melt? And they're like, what the fuck is full melt? I'm like, dude, you don't have, this is way back in the day. You don't have any fucking glass nails, dome skillets, HMKs? Like, you don't have any of that? Europe was ahead of us when it came to the hash. They were way the fuck ahead of us when it came to hash. They were making BHO and we didn't even know what the fuck BHO was. We called it earwax. When I first got my very first cannabis card, it was 2003 or 2004, in between those years. And when I went to the club, they were still selling what they called honey bud, which you might not even fucking find anymore. But our honey bud is now what people mostly refer to as um, what are those fucking moon rocks, right?
That's what I was gonna say, brother. Like not a moon rock, right? Because that's kind
Yeah,
of what it sounds like. Is like the
yeah,
early version of that.
yeah. It's basically without the keef surrounding it. And people weren't even making BHO. BHO stands for butane hash oil. We were making alcohol distilled shit, man. Like the honey oil that you were smoking, the honey oil that went on the honey bud was dark as shit. But you knew, like, I can buy an eighth of weed and just put a little bit of this honey bud on top, and that thing is gonna take me to fucking cloud nine. And that's what we all kind of started with. And the very first club I ever went to, I went to because I saw it in High Time, and it was called VHC. It was called Van Nuys Holistic Caregivers. And I purchased my card from one of the OG doctors here in the San Fernando Valley. People to this day, I think he passed away. He was kind of a heavier set black man. He was a really sweet dude, but it was $120 to get his recommendation. But his was one of the rare recommendations that if you got caught, they ain't gonna do shit to you. And that was proven to me several times when I had to go to court for fucking having weed on me from the clubs, and cops gave me a ticket and I had to show up to court and yada yada yada. Once I showed that card, they're like, all right, you're good. I was actually able to get a case thrown out because I had my card, and the cop had actually said he confiscated a certain amount of weed. And when the judge came up and asked me, hey, so you were caught with X amount of grams and this and that. The doctor actually told me to tell them and ask them, okay, well, you caught me with that. Where is it? Because I have a card and I want it back because that is my legal right to have that cannabis on me. So he took it. That's fine. I figured that once I came to court, they have it in their evidence room to be able to charge me with it. So now that you know I have a card, can I have my cannabis back? I was the very last person to leave that fucking courtroom, and the judge just threw it out because they literally didn't have the evidence to charge me. So that motherfucker took a half ounce of fucking bomb ass lemon OG from me.
He was like, "This is some fucking fire."
Yeah, I never saw it again, dude. Never. And that was just one of those rare cases. But going back to the original story is that when I first saw wax, it was called earwax because it looked like fucking earwax. They were
I
just
remember
ripping
that,
off
brother.
the
I remember that name. Like I
right?
remember that term.
That's where wax came from. People was like, "Oh, you got what?" When early days of BHO was just called earwax and wax, and the reason was is because it looked like a cakey wax. And I remember taking my first bong. It was out of the old schoolest bong with the old school rubber grommeted slide, man. And I became really good friends with the guys at VHC, the owner. I still remember his name to this day. His name was Sarman. He had the very first iPhone that ever came out, and I remember he was always very nice to me and really polite. And I am who I am, man. I'm always a people person, and that guy just, me and him just took to each other. And I remember this strain of weed. He had 60 jars of different shit, and I'm like, you don't have anything purple? And he's like, looks at me and gives me that look. He's like, hold on 1 second. He goes in the back, grabs the bag, brings this bag out of this. My younger cousin would know the exact name because I got him like a quarter of it, and to this day he's like, They just there's just that weed was the best fucking
The
weed.
legendary nug.
Yeah, dude. It was like a purple. No, it was some. I'll have to ask him, man. It was one of those names that if I said it, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a name.
And you know what's crazy, brother, is
Purple
that
Maui Wowie.
ooh, damn, that sounds bomb as fuck.
Purple Maui Wowie, bro. Like he took it out and dumped it all over the fucking desk or the desk, and I was like, I'll have an ounce of that, sir.
Oh yeah, I will take that, please. I was just gonna say, the crazy thing is, brother, my first experience with wax had nothing to do with dabbing because we would put it on top of a bowl.
There was no.
There was no fucking nail fucking setup. Nobody had an e-nail or nah. So like my first experience with wax was a topper for a bowl because you didn't have there was nothing yet.
No.
So
Have
that's
you ever
your
heard of a gentleman?
conversation about that just kind of took me back, and I was remembering like we didn't even take dab back in the day because there was no dab rig. Like that was shit that you just added to stuff.
Tapped. Yeah, yeah. Just it topped on top of your shit. 100%.
Damn, fucking
Right.
memories, brother.
I'm reaching way back, dude. Yeah, man. I remember I used to live in an apartment in Pasadena. And I remember vividly my cousin would always come over and we would always fucking just. But this is, I don't even know if you remember this. There's a website called Stickcam. And we could do basically what we're doing here, but everyone who's in the chat could also have a video, could also have a fucking live stream. There would be like, I think there was a total of like 10 spots or 8 spots that people could put their camera up on, and we were all session together, and there was a comment section below and everyone's talking to it. You could DM people. The reason they took that down is because obviously shit got crazy, right? Like
I was
people
gonna say
started
people were getting too lit. Like that
people
sounds like an
are
amazing
posting.
streaming platform right there.
Yeah, dude. And that's how I got to know. I was able to smoke with people from Amsterdam. That's how I got to know a particular guy named Hash Bean 420. And most people will still know him. If you're like a hardcore hash guy, I only knew about BHO because Hash Bean showed me how to make whipped fucking BHO. This dude was smoking off HMKs. He's the only person I knew that had a skillet. And he's the only person I knew that I could wake up at like 4 a.m. on Friday or Saturday morning, where they're in Holland or Poland, and these dudes were showing us their grow, how they do shit, their outdoor grow, because they were legal. There's nothing they could fucking do, you know. And I remember I purchased a particular bong from a company called Molino Glass, and they're still around. They're now an American-based company, but at the time, they were making the very first removable perk bong. So you had the base. It looked like a genie lamp. There was a base, and then in the second chamber, there was an 18 mil joint where you had to lower down a little perk into it, and you would stick your perk in there, and then you fill that up. I remember I swore to the particular lady I was with at that time. I'm like, this is the last bong I'll ever buy. Yeah, fucking right. It was so futuristic. I'm sure the video that sold me on it is still on YouTube to this day. And you could probably, anyone who's in the chat right now, you can go to YouTube and look up Molino Mad Scientist Bong V1, and you'll find the video that originally sold me on this bong. And the reason I could tell you that is because it had
They
Bob
even sold
Ross.
a glass hook that you
Yeah,
could like you lowered that bitch down on a glass hook, and the reason why I know is because I used to work in head shops, and there was a time where I had to explain removable perks, and I it was crazy because I immediately saw that and I thought, why would you give that to stoners that are already breaking shit You're gonna tell me that you want someone to be high as fuck and to be looking at their friend like, dude, did you know that this has a removable because that's what's gonna happen. Like
Yeah.
something's gonna someone's gonna sesh and forget to tell their homie about it and then try to show them that it's removable in the middle of their fucking sesh.
Yeah.
Fuck it all. That's what I kept thinking about as a salesman, but I was
Yeah.
like, you know what? I will sell you this. It's got but they look dope and like that mad that if you are a glass collector and you actually are a nerd about that shit, the mad scientist is actually a name that you recognize
Yeah.
because that was the first removable perk, brother. Like that was kind of a game changer.
Right? Like, check this out. This is something I talk to people about all the time. Back in the day, we all know, like, most of us take dabs now, but some people they're still taking bong loads and stuff. But I got a bowl right here. Okay. I don't know why. I have no idea why this didn't catch on more. Because this should be the way all bowls are made. Because it is easier to clean. It makes so much more sense. The vacuum that's created by it is so much better than male and female joint. A male joint is something that looks, everyone knows what a male joint looks. This is a Sheldon Black Bowl. This is a 14 millimeter male joint. Now you see all the fucking fuckery that's going on in here. Okay, all that fucking corroded, crusty shit that's in here. Okay, now these are what we call female bowls. Okay, you see how clean that shit is? Okay, male, female. This is a bowl. Okay, to clean this out, so much easier than a male bowl. Why this shit didn't catch on, I have no fucking idea at all. But this is so much better performing as a bowl, so much easier to fucking clean. And dude, we have rigs that now have male pieces that will fit into something, into a bowl like this. This creates so much better flow, so much easier to clean. It's just that this didn't catch on for some reason because we all of a sudden went immediately into fucking hash and everybody was sold on hash. Everybody was sold on it. But this company right here is called Silica Glass. Silica, I want to say. And this bowl is actually part of a bubbler that we used to sell at Captain Ed's Smoke Shop here in the San Fernando Valley. They're located in Van Nuys and one in Reseda, California. That's where I started working at. These guys would sell this bowl with their female 18 millimeter sticking out the front that you could put a glass nail then set a dome over. So it was like a 2-in-1. You could take dabs and you could take flower. Some people were smoking, no joke. Some of you probably gonna, ugh, but some people were smoking weed and dabs out of the same rig, and they would offer this bowl and give you a glass nail and a dome. Some people won't even remember glass domes, man.
And
I
so, guys, if you're going to do this and this is the first time that you've ever considered this scenario, do it in this order. If you're going to do both out of one rig, take your dabs first and then smoke your weed out of it. Never, and let me just go ahead and repeat this, never smoke weed out of a rig and then proceed to take dabs out of it afterwards. You can go the other way around and take dabs out of something and then smoke a bowl out of it. But after you smoke the bowl, never go back to taking dabs. Clean that bitch out and then take your dabs out of it because smoking, or I should say, taking a dab out of a piece that's been resonated by weed smoke is way different than smoking a bowl out of something that you've taken a dab out of. It's a completely different experience. And if you ever take a dab out of something that you smoked a bowl out of, you're ruining your fucking dab. And after
Yeah,
you do that, I hope you never do it again.
yeah, it's gonna taste like booty hole. For sure.
Booty hole.
Yeah, yeah. That was like a selling point from like 2008 or like 2007 to like 2010, where it's like, look, man, I had to talk people out of the combo rig. You know, it's like, man, you really don't want to be taking dabs and bowls out of this thing. You really want to just be taking dabs out of this and keep your bong and smoke out of that. Do not combine the two.
They have individual purposes. Like,
Yeah,
just use them for what they're made for.
100%, dude. 100% agree with that.
But no, that was definitely a common conversation, fam, because it's crazy how many people don't really consider that or think that it would be totally okay. And it's like, you know what? Well, you know what? And I'm not trying to be pretentious or talk down on anybody, but you know what, Brother Mario? I realized this working in head shops. There's some people that just don't give a fuck. Like,
No,
there's people that will smoke out of a rig until that water looks like fucking Coca-Cola.
yeah,
Like, just super fucking, like, just super dark, and like you would look at it and be like, it's not that hard to dump it out and replace the water, but they just look at you like, what's wrong with it? It's fine. Like, we'll take a smoke bowl out of it right now. But like, it's crazy, bro. Like, the kind of stuff that I've seen people do to glass, and like, as a glass collector myself, I'm doing that thing. Like, in my head, I'm like, why? Why? This hurts me.
yeah,
But like, dude, and like,
yeah, man.
one of the worst things. So, and my lady, so this is, I'm glad that, to be honest, she's taking a break from weed, and I kind of appreciate that, because I was with somebody for the longest time, almost 10 years, brother. And what she would do is she would bitch about how big my collection was, but what she would also do is take a piece and smoke it until it was sludge. Like, not ever dump the water out, just smoke out of that same piece until it, like, literally you had a problem making the perk function, and then she would just set it on the counter and move to another piece. And it's like, bitch, you don't like my collection, but you smoke out of everything. Like, what is the problem? So
Yeah,
I'm so glad that, my lady now, she's way better about that. She actually doesn't even really smoke that much. So there's a J here and there that we might smoke. But my thing is, I like to at least keep stuff clean, because it does affect taste. And if you're
oh, yeah.
gonna tell me that it doesn't make a difference, you're full of shit.
Eat off
Because,
a dirty plate, motherfucker, and tell me it don't make a difference.
right, at some point it does, brother, and you can totally tell. So having a clean piece just means more taste, and you get to enjoy it a little bit more.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like
My lady says, oh, I like joints and blunts anyways, and that's awesome. I hope that we are able to smoke more, because I have a bunch of fucking joints here, and I like to smoke with people. She says, I smoke a lot at home by myself. I know, because I always be
yeah,
asking you to smoke here. So we need to work on that.
yeah,
But yeah, I think that you gotta you gotta keep stuff clean if you're really going to enjoy the smoking experience. DC
yeah, yeah.
Jensen, what's going on, fam? Hope you're
What's
doing
going
well.
on?
Much love to you. We got 5 homies in the chat. And
Hot, Hot and Hurdy said people come in and say they need a new pipe because it's too dirty, and now like clean it. Bro, this was my life from fucking 2006 till fucking 2013, man. People are like, I just need a new piece because my old one's too fucking dirty. Really? Like, how bad did you let that son of a bitch get? Like, it was a thing back in the day though, where people literally came in and were like, dude, I can't, like, I need a new pipe. This one's just fucking toast.
it
And
doesn't work anymore. And it's like, what does that mean? Like, what?
it's glass. You can clean it. They're like, yeah, but no, dude, no, yeah, but. And like now we have all these amazing cleaners, right? Like here's some dark crystal cleaner. I have some, alcohol and fucking salt, bitch. Literally in 15 minutes, you'll have a brand new pipe. Like, it was one of those crazy things where some people really didn't know that they're like, oh wait, I can clean it. And some people, like you said, like your ex lady, they just wouldn't clean shit. Some dude, I knew people who were like, I don't clean it, bro. It gets me higher. Like, no, bro, it's giving you emphysema, motherfucker. Like, there's no making shit better. Like, no making shit better. You know, like, so. But I didn't mind. I didn't mind. I didn't mind selling them a brand new fucking piece. Like, if they were really dead set, like, all right, motherfucker, we'll get you.
But it's just a trip, brother, because you're sitting there, especially if you work in a shop around a bunch of glass cleaners and stuff that cost, they can be a good amount for a bottle of glass cleaner. You get some 420 cleaner or whatever, like that's like $15 a bottle. And depending on the store, you can get, some salt and some rubbing alcohol and a little bit of palm olive or some fucking the Dawn dish soap, and you're good to go, and it's a lot less money. But people just don't. I don't know. It's what it would like to me. It's like, how hard is it to do a little bit of research and like type some shit into your Google search bar, because this is the cost of that. You talking to me at the shop and having to buy this shit for $15 a bottle is the cost of you not doing a little bit of research and understanding that you could have just gone to fucking
Because
grocery
fucking
gro- right
$7.
grocery mart or fucking CVS or whatever and gotten that shit for way cheaper. Like, dude.
Yep. I used to clean my pipes with just super hot water. Like, super hot water. I cleaned the very first amazing fucking bong I ever actually I didn't even purchase it. The homie gave it to me because he quit weed. He gave me a Jerome Baker, what he considered a mothership back in the day. It was this tall, fucking beautiful bong, and he's like, "Dude, you gotta clean it, but hey, it's free." I got home, I put some alcohol and some salt into the main uh, main portion of the bong, shook that bitch up. Beautiful, beautiful gold fuming, silver fuming all over it. And then the bowl was the thing that was fucked up. And all I did was run hot ass water in the bowl and Q-tip that bitch out until it was 100% clean. Water in the world is one of the best detergents. Hence why you start everything with a base of water.
Hot water can clear so much stuff off a dirty glass piece, brother. It is amazing. So, yes, I absolutely agree with that. My lady says this is making me want to smoke.
Yes, sir. And that's another cool thing is when that was almost a part of the joy of being a fucking stoner was being able to uh, get your 90% or 99% ISO, get your salt, and go back home and fucking your shit was brand spanking new and clean. Like, put brand new water in it, dude.
It's rituals, brother. I think that like real stoners, what they enjoy about all of this isn't so much like, well, it is. So on the level, it's the getting high and all that, but a lot of it is also the process and all the things that are involved. Like, I it might sound weird, but as a collector, I enjoy taking care of the glass. I enjoy like making sure it's clean, making sure everything, looks good, and it's a process, but it's a process that I enjoy. And I
Yeah.
think that it really speaks to a certain kind of person. Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Do you tell me you don't tell me? I'm sure you've been through this. Remember when you first bought your first plastic bong and then you wanted to clean it out with ISO and found out, fuck me, plastic and isopropyl alcohol do not fucking go together.
They're not friends.
Bong, bro.
I fucked this up. It's
So
time
bad.
for a new bong. Absolutely, brother. And so that was when I moved. My first glass bong had a bowl that you couldn't remove. So the first glass bong that I owned had a rubber grommet with a permanent bowl, and the carb was on the back of the neck. I had a bong
Thumb
with
carbs.
with a carb on the back of the neck. Like that's where the fuck I started. So I definitely understand humble beginnings, and it's dope to nerd out on glass, brother, and like to
Oh,
talk
dude,
to
yeah.
people that have been like
Evolution.
when I started dabbing, you know, all we had was the dome and nail set. So there was no way that you could take a big dab because that shit was just going to run down the side. So we were taking very, very conservative dabs and
And
calling
hot as fuck.
hot as fuck, dude, off of titanium. So like it's a whole community, it's a whole history, and I enjoy being a part of that because it's something that not a lot of people like. Again, there's this generational gap that we're running into with weed where there's people that have been smoking for a couple of years where they know dabbing on quartz and they know like vaping and shit, but they have no idea. They would not know what the fuck the skillet set is, the swing set. They have no idea what any of that shit is, and it would
Fuck.
boggle their minds to see it in action. And it's cool, like it's cool to kind of be from that school to like to see that shit and be like, dude, that I haven't seen that in a minute. That's dope as fuck.
But if I walked in on someone taking a dab off of a quartz nail with like a heady dome, people don't even know heady domes exist, dude. I'd be like, bro, you are really bringing it back. Some people don't know, but the whole idea of taking a cooler dab came from domes because a dome had, I wish I still had one, but domes kind of basically looked like this, but without the bowl pushed in. But this would cover, you would sit your nail inside where the joint would sit. You would put your dab in, and before it was just like put the dab in and suck as hard as you can to get all the vapor. Then all of a sudden, people started putting it in a little lower temperature. They would take their finger and cover the porthole and start to carb it. And then people were like, "Whoa, there's so much more flavor."
That milk,
That,
dude.
that's where highly educated. If you know highly educated bangers like this guy right here, the gavel, right? Okay, this is a gavel. This fucking company was making the very first titanium nails that we all were They were making Venturi type fucking um, portions of that tie nail that would Venturi the fucking the 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 airflow into your piece. All
And
that.
honestly, I'm gonna throw this out there, brother Mario. If you talk shit about titanium nails, it's just because you're not old enough, and
Yeah.
you just don't understand what the fuck is up. Because if you're old enough and you've been dabbing long enough, you started on titanium,
Oh yeah. I
like
still got
most of
that
us
shit
did.
around here somewhere.
Bruh,
I still keep
have it. I have mine up in my fucking closet right now. It's it's a part of our history, and if you're going to deny that history, then I question your part in that journey. So everybody that's been dabbing for a legitimate amount of time knows what the fuck is up with titanium and how far we've come in the design of nails, honestly, because even quartz, there was a time where we had quartz uh, dome and nail sets, you know, and there was a time where instead of a titanium nail, you had a quartz nail.
Yeah.
And
Oh, oh, oh! It's an 18 mil domeless fucking nail, bro. This was a company that came out after how they were making actually good quality shit. But as you can see how dark this is. We were torturing these fucking things. We were
red
getting
hot,
red
red hot.
fucking hot, dude. People won't even. This is a highly educated honey beehive. See how it looks like a beehive? This is a stand for the tools we used to have. because they would have like a little titanium tool. I don't even fucking have the tool anymore.
This is reaching
Bro,
back into dab history, guys. Like
bro.
that honeycomb fucking dabber stand, like the titanium nail. Like, yes, this is what we used to do. Like, you think hot and hurdy is a thing today,
Oh,
motherfucker? You have
bitch.
no idea. You have no idea what a fucking hot dab off of a red hot titanium nail is like.
If you've
That
never
shit
done
will
that,
punch you in the fucking lungs.
yeah, if you've never done that, you can't talk to me, dude. You can't even talk. And we're not even getting into ceramics yet, man. But most of you wouldn't even recognize what the fuck this is. This is a highly educated carb cap. This was one of the first ones, man. And this guy has a little porthole. That's your carb hole. He started to make one holes, then he would make two holes. So if you preferred restrictive airflow or more airflow, you could fucking buy this carb. And I don't know if you guys can see, but there's a it's threaded. So you would thread your
Screw a
fucking
fucking
dabber on it.
dabber tool into there. Yeah, like
And then,
this is where we came from,
yeah,
guys.
yes, horse shit. Horse shit. But let's get into the fucking ceramic game. This is a 10 millimeter Hive ceramic nail. Some of you guys might remember this shit. But this is a 10 millimeter Hive ceramic. I still take dabs off this bitch. Look how clean this thing is. I could torch this and it would become white all over again. These were, most people swore this was going to take over everything. Ceramics. Okay. And to this day, some people will still tell you that they get better flavor off of ceramics than they do quartz, which I couldn't really debate on or not, because it's just too fucking back in the day. Too.
There's so much stuff out there, brother. But what I will say is, just like you said, there is a lot of flavor that you get off of the ceramic,
Oh,
and
man.
you can't knock it. Like,
No,
it's a
no.
good medium
Some of
to
you might.
dab off of.
Some of these motherfuckers are dabbing off crazy shit. You guys are dabbing off fucking rubies, bitches. What? If someone told me I'd be dabbing off of some fucking ruby shit, I would say, um, we're, we're into slurpers. For crying out loud. We're into slurpers now, okay? We're into auto spinners. Dude, the level of game has never quit, and it's constantly evolving. It's a very innovative industry for sure, my man. Hot and Hardy knows what's up. Sapphire, there you go. We're dabbing off of sapphires now. You know, so I mean, fuck me running, dude.
You got
Here,
quartz, you have carbide, you have sapphires, emeralds, rubies, all kinds of. And that's the thing is, that's what I have in here that I was showing is there's 4 lab grown ruby pearls that are running around in that banger, and they do the job. So it is, brother Mario, like the kind of progress that we have made in like the weed smoking game, like it's leaps and bounds, man. And
yo,
it's crazy because I wonder in the next like 5 to 10 years, what's gonna be the next thing that's gonna be like, oh, you're still dabbing? Like, what?
yeah.
How come you
A lot
haven't
of people,
started doing this? Like,
a lot of people would say that now because some guys are like so hardcore about fucking about their puffcos. You know, it's like that's the future of dabbing. I'm like, fuck, dude, I've never heard of a motherfucker. And again, we're speaking currently, right? Like, could change in the near future, but rig and quartz, and it's like the manual way of doing things sometimes always takes over technology. All right, and I don't hate Puffco. I don't think Puffco's shit. I think it's perfect for what it's meant to be, which is I gotta go travel. I don't want to bring a fucking torch and a rig and blah 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 blah. It makes sense for that. You should get it for that. If you're constantly like on the go, that's what that fucking thing is for. If not, it's meant for those travel times where you're about to go ghost fucking hunting and fucking don't want to bring a rig and a torch and a nail and a pearl and a spinner fucking cap. You can just bring one little thing and bring it with you. You know.
That's the argument that I've always made for the e-rigs, brother. Because as a heady glass collector, it has no place in my collection. But that doesn't mean that there is no utility to it as a product. It's
Exactly.
perfect for people that need the convenience of a travel rig, people
Yep.
that may be intimidated by how complex it looks to dab, like
Torches.
an older patient that's intimidated by all the setup where you need a torch and all that kind of shit. You eliminate that with some of the versions of the Puffco. You can set it from your phone. So
Yep.
I mean, it makes it super user friendly and accessible to some people that would find this process kind of out of place, or like hard to keep up with, or however you want to call it. But I feel like even though I wouldn't ever own a Puffco, it does have a place in the society, and I see what customers it would really benefit.
And there's tons of other electronic devices you can fucking. There's tons. China's making tons, man. Tons of fucking different devices you can use. So you don't have to use a Puffco. You can use. There's Luca Glass. There's fucking. I'm missing all kinds of shit, man. But there's tons of companies out there that they have different things. You don't have to necessarily buy a Puffco. You can definitely use all kinds of different convenient electronic things to fucking get it done. When you gotta go visit the family, when you gotta go do this, tons of different fucking places, man. Holy shit! I used to have a hot spoon. I used to have to hot spoon my dabs and cut off. Bro, you are an OG if you're talking about that. Taking knife hits, motherfucker. Hot and Hurdy said Puffco is great for convenience, but how convenient is your atomizer per reach, bro? I'm so. Some people, electronics are electronics. We don't know when shit's gonna break. We don't know if it's gonna last 2 weeks or a year. I've had people tell me like, "Oh, my atomizers lasted me 2 years or a year." Bro, how many dabs are you taking? It's all in the user connection of you and the thing. If you're using it as a daily rider, your Puffco, fuck yeah, you're gonna start to complain about a $50 atomizer every fucking 3 months. Like fucking shit. It does, especially if you're on a budget. This shit's not the most convenient, dude. So for sure, good fucking point, hot nerdy. That's one of the main reasons why I was like, this is kind of like fucking vape vaping. You're always gonna have to buy new atomizers. You're always gonna have to buy new shit to fucking fix things. It's just new cartridges, new fucking new new coils and shit. It's the same way, man. 100%.
And again, having said that, totally understand that they fill somebody's need in their collection, but it's just something that I'm never going to invest in, because I
Yeah,
have a total in my collection, in what I'm looking for as a stoner. I have a totally different set of needs. And so,
yeah,
as awesome as the Puffco is, and as many benefits as it might offer to somebody, it's not something that reaches my demographic. And
yeah.
that's why I stick to all glass setup, is because even with my traveling, brother, like my chubby glass by Nate, I can fit this, the drop down, the cap that I need, basically everything that I need for the dab setup. I can fit it all in one case.
Yeah.
And yes, maybe I can't take a dab like in my car as I'm driving, but that's a small inconvenience I'm willing to deal with,
Yeah. Like,
because I can always spark up a J or something, and do that while I'm driving if I can't take a dab. And as awesome as it would be to be able to take a dab like while I'm sitting in a traffic jam or something, like I can overlook that. You
yeah.
know,
Yeah.
it's
I'm good.
okay if I
I'm good.
don't
I'm
have it,
back for 3 hours. Like,
right? I'll live. I'll
yeah.
fucking live.
Dude, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go drain the main vein, and I'll be right back.
Sounds good, brother. I'll hold it down. When you come back, I need to grab another soda. I got one more shot in me. I don't know how long you're down to chill, but we fucking
I'm chilling.
we having a good time.
I'm chilling.
So y'all, we got four homies in the chat. Got my brother Mario. checking in with us. I don't get to see him very often, so I'm definitely trying to get as much out of my time with him as possible. So we might take one more shot. I'm having a great night. I hope that you guys are having fun. We're coming up. I said that we were going to go for like an hour, hour and a half. We're coming up on 2.5 hours. So that lets you know just how fucking quick it can go when you got the right people on here and you're just having a good time. I really appreciate my brother Mario and actually Mrs. Clean Pump. Um, it's really awesome to know that she, supports everything that brother Mario does, and I know that she's part of the team as well. But it's really cool to see her on camera, and yeah, we appreciate her just as much as we appreciate brother Mario. So hopefully, we will get to visit both of them in the coming year, and we will get to spend a little bit more time with them because that's definitely my family, and I love them to death. So, thank you guys for chilling with us. Five homies in the chat. I think it's about time to pour another shot and take another fat dab. The man 123420 says my buddy's work truck has an outlet in the dash and they usually use an e-nail. That's fucking dope. So driving down the highway, dabbing off the e-nail. That's what's up. Lurking in the Woods says my setup now is a round bottom from LIQ with two 6mm sapphires and a spinner disc carb cap. I want to say that all four of the rubies that are spinning around in here are either 5 or 6 millimeters, so they're around the same size as yours, brother. And yeah, I use a One Trick Pony spinner cap. I also have a Spectator glass spinner cap. I don't use it as often. I find that my One Trick Pony cap does exactly what I need it to do, and it's super duper heady. So that's what I prefer. The man 123420 says, "Smash that like button." Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Hope that you are having a wonderful Friday. Much love to all of you guys. Five homies in the chat. Cynic, or the man says, Cynic, did you ever press rosin with a hair straightener? So I have told people that it is that easy to do, and that if you really wanted to make some rosin, it wouldn't take much more than some wax paper and a hair straightener and some elbow grease. But as far as doing it myself, no, I have not. And one of the reasons why is because as much as like I don't want anybody to think that I'm hating on rosin when I say this, but as awesome as rosin is, I don't see the return as being worth the effort that I'm going to put into it. So I don't want to go and have to buy this heated press and then either, because that's the thing, is whether you run nugs through it or whether you run hash through it, the return is going to be small either way. So I don't want to go to all the trouble of actually making hash and then pressing that and not having a whole lot left to dab with. And again, I understand that there's a whole culture for it and that people really appreciate it. And I'm not trying to say that it isn't good, because it tastes great. It's an awesome potency. I'm not trying to talk down on it. What I am trying to say is, on the budget that I am comfortable with, on my regular kind of dabbing shit, rosin is just not something that I can really work into what I do on a normal basis. So, yes, maybe on a special occasion, I might indulge in a gram here or there. But anybody that comes into the chat and says, like, all I smoke is rosin, then you're either a grower or you're sucking a grower's dick so that you can get that stuff at a really good price. But I have a really hard time believing that just the average consumer is like, all I do is rosin. And that's my personal opinion. I might be wrong. This shit happens. But
yeah.
that's how I look at it.
Yeah, rosin and BHO are a touchy subject. BHO, a lot of people always, there's a lot of different forms of BHO. I mean, most people when they think BHO, they still think of fucking a glass tube with a coffee filter on the end of it, but isn't really the case. We also have CRC, which is um, something a bit of a a bit of a taboo thing to like talk about because color remediation cylinder is what CRC stands for, man. And as the game has gotten crazier, BHO is obviously butane hash oil, but most people don't know that most BHO is now done with a mixture of not butane, but it's a mixture of two gases. Usually, it might be butane and forget the other name of the fucking other gas that everybody started using, buying in massive tanks when we started to create big systems to basically make BHO. The BHO you smoke now is much cleaner than the shit we started out with because people have vacuum ovens.
It's a
And
much
so,
more dialed in process, right,
yeah,
brother? Like, back in the
there's
days,
really
it was
no
the
need for
wild,
spray.
it was the wild, wild west, baby. Like, we
Yeah.
were figuring this shit out as we went.
And even the old school, bro. Right now, I could literally take some shit, put it in a glass tube, put a coffee filter, some cotton balls in front of that, and fucking blast some shit, and it would be enough, bro. Me, and I was working for a company called Pissing Excellence Extracts, and we literally made a cannabis cup winner using coffee filters and fucking cotton balls. Okay, through a glass. So
Part
don't
of that is the genetics, though, brother. You got to have some danky ass weed to begin with.
fire in, fire out.
Exactly. Lurking in the woods throws out a question to us. He says, I tried helping a buddy with rosin pressing. We barely got anything out of it. Nug, by the way, not sure what we did wrong. The man
Press
said
nut.
your weed was probably too dry. What I would say lurking in the woods is that there's a lot of factors that actually go into rosin making. How hot you had the plates, how long you pressed the bud for, but not just that, even
Pressures.
the genetics that go into what you're pressing make a huge difference because some genetics are going to be more prone to resin production than other strains. So
Yes.
let's say that you're pressing a strain that really doesn't have a lot of resin production to begin with, then
Yes.
you're going to come up with really small yields, even if you use a decent amount, because
Yep.
that's just the genetics. So you have to be really careful when it comes to stuff like that because as it's basically like a science. And as the scientist dealing with that stuff, you have to make sure that everything is kind of lined up. So and that's the thing is I'm not a professional. It's not like I do that shit on a regular basis. Don't take my word as like gospel. But what I will say is maybe you didn't get much out of it because that strain in particular wasn't a really big resin producer. And no matter how you would have extracted it, you may have come up with small yields. I'm not saying that's what it is, but maybe that's one of the factors.
Yeah. No. There's many factors. A lot of people like to think they can take some fresh, dense, gooey bud and fucking put it in a press and come out with some fire rosin. That's not how. There's not how it works. There's a level of micron screen back that you gotta purchase. Also, you gotta understand the buds you're using, whether it's fucking super gooey and dank, depends when it was harvested, how long it's been in a jar, how much light exposure, how dry is it, how there's many factors. So
And Lurking in the Woods does bring that up, brother. He says it was very, very, very dry.
so what you probably experienced is what most people experience when they first ever did like a hair straightener press is you got when rosin first started, guys. We were smoking on basically over overheated resin. Okay, because hair straighteners didn't have a very digital to the temperature amount of pressure. And then we were just using our fucking body weight or our hand strength to squeeze this shit out.
There was no exact science to that shit. You
No.
were on top of a hair straightener, fucking smashing that shit down, trying to get as much goo as you could out of that nug.
And we're not even getting into t-shirt fucking presses and shit that people were using. I've watched people like Soil Grown Solventless. He's a huge person in the industry, but he started out doing all that shit. But you guys got to remember, we're down to a science now. We have heated plates where you can control to the degree of how much temperature is going into top plate, bottom plate, how much pressure is going into top plate, bottom plate,
There's
and
a
the
reason for all of that.
Yep, yep. Because everyone, there's a reason why most of you guys smoke GMO strains of rosin. Why? Because GMO is what the slang term is considered in the rosin community to be a squirter. Okay, it yields much more. That's why most of you guys, when you smoke like an OG or something like, there's there's not a lot of OGs out there being pressed. Why? Because they don't yield a lot. Okay. And why do you spend so like $150 per gram of OG from 710 Labs? Because it doesn't yield a lot. And when they have to extract just the heads, okay, remember THC is a stalk plus a
Dude,
head.
I was just in a dispensary, and to give a little bit of example to what Brother Mario is talking about, the brand that he just threw out, 710 Labs, I was looking at a gram of hash rosin from them that was $120 for a gram. A
Yes.
single gram was
Yeah.
$120, and that's here in California, where we're
Yeah.
supposed to have prices on the good shit, and like it's that much.
Yeah, because when you take into account, they make 710 is known for their OGs, okay? And if you know 710 and you know the people that are in charge of that company, they're serious people that come from the Valley area. If you come from the San Fernando Valley, you will remember OGs. OGs are a big seller in the San Fernando Valley, in Southern California, in California in general, because we all like the more sedative high. We don't like the euphoric sativa high that gets you and gives you anxiety sometimes, can make you go fucking nuts.
We
They
want that couch lock, baby.
couch lock, right? So those are not high yielders. So when 710 is telling you, okay, I'm charging you 120, let me tell you, man, if you would walk into the setup that 710 Labs has, the technology that they've literally come up with themselves, you would understand why these motherfuckers have to charge you $120 to cover their overhead, their staff, their insurances, their licensing, their fees, California taxation. It's a lot of money. We're not even getting into the underground yet. There's shit that you will never smoke because these people, they're like, these genetics are just for us, just for fucking us. Everyone had a big, huge, massive run on Skittles. Everyone remembers Skittles? Skittles was one of the biggest fucking flavors that came out. People were buying BHO Skittles for $100 a gram. Live resin, right? We started to come up with these terms of people started cropping their fucking crop down 2 weeks early. Live resin doesn't have as much THC in it because you have to crop it early and you have to freeze dry that weed, put it in a freezer, get it to your processor, and allow them to make live resin. Live resin will never be able to become shatter. If someone tells you this is live resin and they hand you a shatter, they're full of shit. Live resin is a soupy form of hash. Why? Because there's no way for it to solidify. It's been cut down early. There has not been fucking there's no dry
That's why the
period.
live is there.
Yeah, that's why it tastes better because we're not cutting it down, letting it dry, allowing curing processes to go through. All that deteriorates the flavoring of the cannabis. When you want superior flavor, you're gonna go with the live resin. I still know friends that would choose a BHO live resin over rosin because of the fact that it tastes that much better. But people have gotten so good at being able to press and doing the dry sift. As you see, Hot and Hurdy talks about how you need to press dry sift. Some of you guys don't even know. Do you guys even know what?
That is like the definition of some small batch shit, because
Yes.
that's not something that you're gonna do on a wide scale. And that's going to be some stuff that you're going to see marked up a little bit, but that's because of all the effort that goes into that. You have to dry sift that shit and then collect enough heads to fucking squish. That takes a while. That takes a lot of effort. That takes a lot of time. And then to get your method dialed in, that's a lot of work. So there is a reason why the stuff is priced at what it's priced at.
Yeah, each strain has particular temperatures you should squish at. And you're not going to find that out until you dial it in yourself and realize, okay, I'm 5 degrees over or I'm 10 degrees over. I need to drop it down and increase pressure. And that's why these guys charge you so much, because they've wasted batches. They've wasted batches of trying to figure this out, of really bomb ass shit. So, yes, some of you probably don't even remember what paint roller tech is. Do you know what that is?
Doesn't sound familiar. Well, so I don't know what it is, brother, but only because I didn't really look into the methods of how to make it. Like I've enjoyed it throughout the years.
Okay, so paint roller tech was invented because, okay, when we're talking about rosin, we're talking about just, again, remember, THC is a stock plus a head. So when you're talking about paint roller tech, what you're talking about is the very beginning of us trying to remove just the head, get rid of the stock. Okay.
Gotcha.
Right. So what they would do is they would create the dry sift by washing, then dehydrating, and then after the dehydration process, you would take a paint roller. Okay, just a paint roller, literally what you would use to paint roll. Okay, all right. So paint this paint roller, you would wrap it with a piece of parchment paper, and then you would take your washed dry sift, you put it through a particular micron screen, or you sift it in a colander of like a steel colander. You would sift that, okay, like you're sifting flour. You would sift it into another tray, and that tray you would take the paint roller, okay, which has a natural static cling because of the fabric, that is not the fabric but the type of uh, uh, cotton or material they would use for the paint roller. You would then wrap that with a piece of parchment paper. You would take that roller, and on your that tray of stuff you just sifted, you would slowly remove one section and just go over it. And what would happen is a static clean. That static clean, because the resin heads are so light, it would suck the resin heads up there. You would take that paint roller to another tray, and you would sift off just the heads. Okay.
And I'm gonna be honest, brother. It makes me feel like a piece of shit because I would be the guy at the 710 Labs table being like, "And you like seriously? You still want to charge me $120 for this? Fuck you, fuck you." Like I'm the guy that, as much as I can appreciate it, I can't do it. I'm not shitting out $100 bills. Like I can't.
Well, now there's complete. Now we don't have to do that, right? Now, guys, there's some serious guys. We've built screens. We have different layer micron screens that people allow themselves to make amazing rosin with. The main thing is being able to detach the stock from the head. So when you see that $120 gram, there are no stalks in there.
That's all heads, baby.
The heads, baby. So that's why when the 710 shows you their little jar and they move it around, it looks like dry silt, man. But it's not really dry. It's not. It's just heads.
And it did, brother. Like when I was looking at it, it looked bomb. But I was just, me as me, I was just like, oh, I can't justify this shit. And I should be able to because I'm a fucking glass collector. Like the things that I've talked myself into as far as like this is okay to pay for, I should be totally okay with that for dabs, but I'm still working on it when it comes to stuff like that. And I'm sure I'll get there. One day we'll have some fucking hash rosin to throw up on the stream, but just not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, man. Like again, if you want to treat yourself for Christmas, go to a good dispensary and find some 710 or a company. It doesn't have to be 710 Labs, but the quality control from 710 Labs, I can vouch for myself. Okay.
Oh, dude, just looking at it, I was like, dude, this shit looks bomb. Like,
Okay.
you can't really deny it once you
Yeah.
actually look at it.
Yeah. If you want to skip an expensive dinner with you and your lady, and you guys want to go buy a gram of some fucking just, we're only gonna dab this when something good happens, and we're gonna keep it in the fridge, and we're gonna fucking enjoy it when the time comes. 710 Labs is that probably that company you should go to. They have
That's
really
super
great.
fire.
What's that?
That's super fire.
Yeah, yeah. There, and believe me, you don't have to buy 710. This is just a company I know. So if you know someone who makes shit like that, just know, like, it's gonna cost you some money, but it's something that you need to appreciate. I have friends that buy ounces for thousands. Okay, but I don't taste shit like that. Okay, when I go over to my homie Brian's house, he has papaya fucking name some shit, man. I've had some shit from him that's just like, I can't get it nowhere else, dude. This is the only place I can get it. And again, he has jars of fucking ounces of stuff that are squirters, meaning they fucking yield a shit ton. They have great flavor. There's tons of hash out there you can find. You don't have to do 710 Labs. Just find someone you trust. Find some people that are like, dude, this is 5-star. Some people
And
will say,
that's another crazy conversation that I've been having with people, brother, is what a lot of folks don't understand is it's all hash. Hash is just a blanket term for
concentrate form
concentrate.
THC.
Yeah, so it's all hash.
Hash. It's all hash. You can name it whatever you want. And I
People
get it.
get weird sometimes, brother, when I'm talking, like, why are you calling it hash? It's like, motherfucker, it's all hash. Like,
Yeah.
this.
Yeah. Yeah. Call it what it really is. It's hash, dude. It's hash. It's all hash. All of it. It's concentrated forms of THC. So, like, some people will tell you what you sell, not exactly what you sell, but the company that you help promote. Some people be like, oh, that's hash. Like, bitch, it's all hash. Anything that's concentrated form,
All of it.
all of it. Your distillate, it's all hash. It's all of it is hash in different forms. Okay. Some of you have never tried amazing Moroccan hash. Dude, people used to walk through. You know how hash used to be made in Mexico? Okay, in the '60s, dudes would go down to Mexico and walk through fields of Acapulco gold, and they would walk through the fields in fucking ponchos, motherfucker, ponchos. Head with they'd walk through the fields in ponchos, and whatever stuck to their ponchos, they would fucking scrape off, and that's what they would fucking make their hash from. They was it during
Which
the
is real shit because when I explain to people what Lebanese hash is, that's people taking buds and rubbing them on a silk napkin
some of
until
them
the
beating
heads
it
come
with a
off.
gun.
Yeah. So there's different methods of doing it, but it's literally rubbing the buds across some kind of fabric to remove the heads from it. And brother, I got one more shot left in me, so I'm gonna go grab a soda for a chaser. I'll be right back.
Handle. Lurking in the woods said, "Yeah, I have special occasion dabs too. Of course, all of it. You gotta have special occasion dabs. When you see, look, dude, when you see some shit that you really want to fucking grab, that you really want to smoke, you know it's rare. Grab that shit and savor it. Let me tell you, there's some fucking runs of shit that I've gone through that I'm like, why did I waste this shit? Runs of Critical Kush, runs of shit that super lemony flavors I love. And it's super hard to find in the rosin game because it's just, you got to know people. Some places might have it, some places don't. Again, OGs are not squirters. When you find someone who has a good OG, jump on that shit. The man, papaya hash rosin is a fucking course it is, dude. Have you ever had fucking papaya rosin? Papaya anything. It's fucking amazing, dude. company called Exotic Cash. All I'm saying. Durban Poison. I haven't seen Durban Poison in forever, man. I haven't seen Durban Poison. You know what else I haven't seen in fucking forever is Sensi Star. If you know anyone, that there's certain genetics, guys, that just goes away. Okay, there's certain runs that just goes away. You'll never see that hash again. Remember that way earlier in our conversation we are talking about Purple Maui Wowie. Never seen Purple Maui Wowie ever again. I've talked to a guy who's cultivated Maui Wowie in Hawaii, and he's like, "Oh shit, you got Purple Maui Wowie back in the early 2000s? That was some rare shit. Like no one fucking really even heard of." Some people think I'm talking out of my ass because they don't even know what Purple Maui Wowie is. But Sensi Star, man, I haven't seen it. Some genetics die, okay, because feds, name it, police, mother plants die. So you've got to understand. Some people are holding on to genetics that some of us will never fucking taste. So when you see something that you like, treat your fucking self, save some fucking money up, and enjoy that shit because you might never ever get that flavor profile again in your life. Okay?
That's real shit.
Yep. Yep. So please don't. I get it. It's fucking expensive. It's every once in a while, when you see a fucking flavor and you know that is really rare, fucking treat yourself.
The man 123420 talking about my brother Mario says this man knows for real. Hey, we're just talking from experience, fam. You know, we're
Yeah.
trying to share what we know with you guys. So absolutely, brother Mario's talking from experience.
Yeah, man. So when you see like a lot of people talk shit, like some of the most affordable dabs now are what? Raw Garden. There's a couple different brands out there. They'll name their shit whatever, bro. Like again, I got this shit right here. They're calling it Strawberry Rose. From experience, motherfucker. I know that's Tangy mixed with some other shit. I know, I know. So when I buy Raw Garden, I know I'm buying. Okay, I'll let you guys in on a little secret. Okay, Raw Garden, the people that run that company, their their parents, or I don't want to say parents. Let's not get too specific. The family, okay, owns a brand called Cuties. Sound familiar? Citrus fruit cuties. Okay, they have a grow in the middle of their shit. Okay, these guys are professional CRC guys and know what they're doing with color remediation cylinder techniques. Their shit tastes good. Their shit is clean. Some other CRC companies are not that good. They look blonde, they look amazing, and they taste like nothing, or they taste good for like the first 3 seconds and it's gone. Okay? This company knows what they're doing when it comes to CRC, but you have to understand most of their shit tastes the same because of the fact that most of their stuff is the same thing. So when you see Raw Garden and you see something that's out of the ordinary, like a lemony flavor or a purpley flavor, you're still gonna have like a tinge of a finish of tangerine, and that's because they grow their outdoor around their citrus fruit. And that's why you get all. Most people will tell you most Raw Garden tastes the same, unless it's an extreme change of flavor, purple, lemon, strawberry. And again, I thought this would be a little different because it was a strawberry rose. Took a dab of it. I'm like, this shit is tangy mixed with some other shit. And again, we're talking about a $25 gram, right? Compared to $120. Just know what you're buying. Okay. Sometimes it's just in whatever is your preference, whatever is your budget, and just that's how it is, man. It's okay.
And you know what's crazy, brother, is I feel like sometimes that's just a brand thing
Yeah.
because, like, what I've been investing in lately has been King's Garden. I think
Kingsguard.
that they're pretty affordable too. Here in the Central Valley where I'm at, a lot of their stuff goes for like 20 a gram.
Yeah.
And what I find is that not only are they affordable, but I like the taste because what I run into is like, let's say you got Stizzy. Stizzy has a bunch of, I would call, flavors and not really strains, because when you smoke that, you're going to get a particular flavor, but it's not necessarily going to be the taste of the bud
Yeah.
that shit is named after.
Yeah.
And what I like about King's Garden is, like, I've gotten some GMO, some gelato. That shit tastes like weed. That shit tastes like concentrated weed. And that's the goal, is I want it to taste like the plant it was taken from. So
Yeah.
I will say that for an affordable dabs, they're not alien labs where you're paying like $90 a gram and shit. But for what it is, it's actually pretty good.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. Lurking in the Woods said, I was just lamenting the other day on some old strains that never came around anymore. Northern Lights, Trainwreck, Alaskan
Asking
Thunderfuck,
Thunderfuck,
Granddaddy Perk.
Granddaddy Perp.
Bruh,
That's a good one.
dude, again, feds. Fuck those. They've killed so many mother plants, dude. I cannot fucking explain to you how many times they've killed off amazing genetics. Old genetics, man. Some of you guys are still smoking on slightly. You're smoking on their kids, right? Some of you guys don't know that fucking GMO or even Tangy, for crying out loud. Okay, cookies. Okay, uh, there's certain
Old Afghani and skunk crosses and all this kind of, like, there's stuff that, and that's so, brother, that this touches on an earlier point that we're experiencing like a generational gap in
yeah.
weed nowadays, where you have people that literally could be smoking for a couple of years now and not understand anything that we've talked about for maybe like the last hour and a half.
Yeah, dude. And the man points out a good point here that uh, Canada, dude. There's a lot of strains in the U.S. that came from Canada. Purple Kush. Okay.
And he
There's
says it's all doing well out there. So you know what? I'm gonna take one last shot to the fact that maybe we may not have access to everything, but if it's still alive and doing well somewhere, then I have hope for the future. And
exactly.
the man, let's get some of that shit accidentally sent back out to the States so
I
that
wouldn't mind if I find a random strain of Purple Kush, man, out here from Canada.
let's restart the cycle, baby. We need that stuff back out here because
Yeah.
we're
Oh
we're
man.
reminiscing about it right now. So we want to have it back. And if it's alive and well out there in Canada, let's have some shipping mistakes and get some fucking genetics out here.
Man, dude, I'm telling you, it's not as easy as it used to be. The man knows it's not as easy as it used to be to share genetics from north to south or south to north, man. But I'm sure there's some strains out there that are alive and well, man. I'm sure the man, if you're from Canada, I'm sure you know of marijuana, man. I'm sure either you like them or you really fucking hate them.
And that's good to hear. Honestly, all that means is I need to get my shit together so that I can travel out there and actually go to like a coffee shop and be like, let's try some of this fucking Thai stick,
Yeah,
fucking old school strains and shit.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, 5 homies in the chat. We got Friday Night Funk. We're here with my brother Mario. Thank you guys for joining us. Hope you're all having a great night. I was planning on doing an hour and a half, and we're 3 hours in. So, brother Mario, thank you so much for dealing with me and
We're
hanging
the
out with us. And it's been a great night, brother.
Nothing I love more, man. Nothing I love more. It's a we are, dude. We're basically the weed. We're the weed Joe Rogan podcast at this point. Even if there's only 5 of you guys in here, that's how I feel right now. I'm glad this is a great conversation we're having. But dude, yeah,
I
there's some
like to
fucking
think that we have conversations that you don't find in a lot of other stoner live streams, because, and here's the thing, brother Mario, I'm not trying to talk down on anybody, but what I see a lot of is content creators that will start a live stream and rely on the chat to make their live stream for them. It's like, I'm going to sit on camera and I want you to talk to me, and that's gonna make the live stream. And the
Or
way,
just like the size of the dabs.
but see, and so that's one of our tenets is I'm not here to be a fucking cartoon character. I'm not dabbing squirrel. You know, I'm not gonna take a dab out of a rig that's full of fucking mustard and then drink the mustard afterwards. And
Yeah.
like, I understand that that's gonna get views, but at the same time, I wonder, like, do
It's
you
not
know
our
how that
content, man.
makes us look as a community? That's the most popular motherfucker. Like, that's our representative. Is people like Dabbing Squirrel and Dabbing Granny? Those are the motherfuckers. Like, when people think of stoners, people think of people like that. Custom Grow 420 and all this kind of shit, and it's like,
That's not all of us, dude.
don't you ever want to have a better representative?
Dude, believe me, man. Like, I wish more people would have these conversations. And there's honestly, there's a couple of dudes that I want to try and somehow work in to. I've been like, for the longest time, I've been wanting to really start a podcast that would involve serious guys that know history about this shit, guys that have been in the trenches, have gotten fucking arrested, have gone through several different genetics, and it's still just a microcosm of what cannabis is. Like I said, we're just talking about Southern California, man. We're,
Right?
we're, we're not even getting into Colorado and White Widow. We're not even getting into Northern California. We're not even getting into Canada, dude. And it's like we're not even getting into Amsterdam, for crying out loud. Does anyone remember Cinderella 99? Does anyone remember these fucking strains that literally have vanished? I remember reading about strains in High Time magazine, man. We had to go and buy the High Times magazine just to fucking know what was going on in Amsterdam. Skunk magazine. I'm talking about publications that don't even fucking exist anymore, man. It's
Dude, the
it's a
books.
separate
The
conversation.
books. I bought the Canna Bible so that I could look up different strains. This is 3 little mini books
Same.
that show Northern Lights, Granddaddy Perp, OG Kush. So, like, it was a thing where, before we just went on to fucking Leafly or
Yeah.
fucking Weed Maps and like typed in a strain, like, you actually did a little bit of research and you were looking up, like, dude, what's out there? And there's so much, brother. There's so much.
There's one particular strain I remember that was super famous for a little while, a couple of years here in Southern California, called Tahoe OG. And people would they would jump over fences to try and get this Tahoe OG. It was just a really good tasting, earthy OG, man. And they would charge so much for this. Is back in the day in California where they would charge 70 an eighth or some shit, man. Where you're just like, God damn, homie. Like, let me get a gram of that. Let me just get a $30 gram of that. But there's just genetics that have come and gone, and that's why I'm telling you guys,
Enjoy it now.
enjoy it, because it's not going to be here in a year, man. That's why there's certain companies like 710. You got to find companies. I know I keep mentioning 710. That's just because I'm from Southern California. That's like one of our main companies. But you gotta really really find a company of your choice that makes quality products that you really got to fucking love. Man, my homie Michael J is talking about Platinum OG and Jack Harris. Yo, do you remember Yoda OG? Do you remember Skywalker OG? People used to fucking buy pounds of this Skywalker OG. OGs, different forms of OGs in Southern California were a big thing back in the day,
And
man. So
if you can find some legit Jack Herrera nowadays with that nice pininess to it, dude, people will eat that shit up all day.
I used to fucking literally talk to Jack Harris face to face. He would come into Captain Ed's and sign every book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes.
And his pipes, bro. I worked at a head shop where he came in once to fucking like just check on his pipes. So it's an amazing thing because yeah, I don't think a lot of people understand how much that guy did for the community.
Oh my, bro.
The Emperor Wears No Clothes was a book that he did, which every stoner should look into. And also, he had a solid wood pipe that was made for, you could smoke herb out of it, but it was great for smoking hash. And it made a nice little smoke vortex, and it was fucking dope.
The
And
very first pipe, bro. The very first pipe using Venturi airflow.
that was a guy that was really involved with his brand, brother, and that's something that you don't really see anymore. And like, I don't even know the motherfucker. I just saw him in the shop once, but I miss work ethics like that in the community, because that was a dude that took his craft very seriously.
Bro, oh man, I'm a dumbass. I need to find it. I have those. I have that pipe. I literally gave my cousin 2 of those pipes. He lost both of them, like a jackass. But I still have one. And here's the difference between original Jack Herrera pipes and the ones that are created now, if you can find them. I think Captain Ed still carries some, but that's only because they're really good friends with Jack Herrera's son. Okay, the wood pipes. Okay, I still have one. We would sell titanium screens for it, but Jack Herrera himself would tell you, "Why the fuck are you putting a screen in it?" He would come to the shop with his oxygen machine and everything to sign our books, and he would sit there and teach us how to pack a whole gram into his pipe. And again, we're talking about non-carbureted pipe. There's no carb on this pipe, okay? You could smoke a gram between you and all your homies in that pipe like a regular tobacco pipe. Okay, that pipe was one of the very first like super fucking awesome Venturi pipes, dude.
That man was a weed nerd's weed nerd. And
Yep.
that was one of the awesome things about him, brother, is that that's the kind of shit that he did. Is even towards the end of his life, he was going out to head shops and sharing his love of his product. I mean, like, do you know how to pack a gram into this bitch? Let me show you real quick.
It came with a fucking tamper. We would buy the fucking pipe. It would come in a little plastic bag. It would come with an Allen wrench so you could fucking fix the swivel lid to the fucking wood pipe. And you could, the dude stood by his shit. And let me tell you, man, one of the nicest fucking people you would know. His son, also the same fucking way. The differences between the original pipe and the one now is the original pipe was made of all one piece of wood. So when someone hands you an old fucking Jack Herrera pipe and it's one solid piece, meaning it's not a combined pressed layer of wood. The new pipes that they're making now, it's more than one piece. It's about 2 pieces or 3 pieces. Okay, it might be the lid that's one piece, the bowl that's one piece, and the base that's another piece. But if you find a person who has an original Jack Herrera pipe, smoke out of that pipe. That's a piece of fucking history. There's no more of those. Okay, so remember.
That's literally Americana. That's a piece of Americana. Michael J wants to know, how do you clean a wood pipe? Wouldn't it blend the flavor once it's really used?
Yes, there you could talk to. That's the downfall of that particular pipe. Okay, but Jack Herrera. Okay, remember we're talking about old school shit, old school heads. Okay,
And Michael J, before Brother Mario continues, I would just say that's probably one of the reasons why I would recommend that if you have a pipe like that, to just smoke hash out of it. Because while you could do something like pack a whole gram in it, because it's a wood pipe and it's going to accumulate resin in a certain way, better to accumulate hash resin than bud resin.
Yep, because you're dealing with smoke, contrary to something a little less denser than smoke. Okay, but those wood pipes, yes, some people retire them. Okay, some of you guys might even know he used to make chillums. Okay, and most of the guys that you know that are holding on to a classic old school fucking pipe. Again, we're talking about old school ways. Remember, we used to think dirty bong water got you higher. Okay, so these are old school 1960s heads.
You need to resonate that pipe, dog. Like, it's
Yes.
gonna fucking get you higher. Those glass spoons, you need to resonate that shit. It adds more flavor. Like this is
That's what
the
people used to
logic that
believe.
we worked with.
We were weird because we were telling people to buy a titanium screen with it, and he was always like, "Why are you telling people?" Like, we're just trying to give the little your product a little bit more longevity to the customers. But again, most people who came to buy a Jack Herrera pipe were old school people. Okay, so no, there really isn't a. We used to sell it with fucking pipe cleaners to clean it out. You're not really cleaning it out with pipe cleaners, bro. There's
But
no
see, we're
fluid.
getting into that space, brother, where there's that generational gap because
Exactly.
we could talk to a couple of people that have been smoking for a few years and they'll understand that Jack Herrera is a strain. But if we were to bring up that he has his own pipe or even his own book, they'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? He
Yeah.
doesn't. What? That's a strain." Like
Yeah.
they wouldn't understand that he was a person and
Yeah.
like how involved he was with the community. And
Yeah.
that's what trips me out is because being from a place where I worked in a head shop and that was something where I dealt with him coming to visit and like to like I so it was a different time and it's weird to be present in that transition where there are people that you're going to talk to that have no idea about some of the shit that is like integral to us as stoners. Like
Yeah.
we think of that shit as dope fucking shit that's part of the community and there's a majority of the community that we're a part of that is
Yeah.
like who the fuck is that outside of a
Yeah.
strain of weed. They know Jack Herrera as a strain of weed, but anything else, they would be like, he did what with a book? What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Who the fuck? People don't even know that he literally still to this day, his family has a bank account set aside with 150K. Okay. If you read his book, on the back of that book, it says, if anyone can find any bunk information in this book that you can disprove me that what I state in this book is a lie, I will give you 150K. No one to this date has been able to cash in on that fucking money. Okay,
It's
this is
still
the
there,
elder.
fam. The man, he says, kids these days.
Oh, dude, yeah, he knows what's up, man. And again, we're. I was gonna say most guys that have an original Jack Herrera pipe and are old school guys, they're not gonna sound like me and Mikey. They're gonna sound, hey man, this is the original fucking Jack Herrera pipe. Their lungs are toast. Their voices are toast, bro.
They
It
probably
came
don't
from
fuck with dabs. Like
no,
they're old school. They do things a certain way, and I mean, much love to them.
yeah,
Not even any disrespect. Like there's just it's a certain type of patient, and man, that's some crazy shit to like to go back to those days of
mm,
selling that pipe and dude, because it's an awesome pipe. Like that's
yeah,
fuck, man.
yeah. Like our boy right here, Michael Jason. My bro-in-law had a pipe so resin up that he could take a fatty cloud rip out of empty bowls. Bro, back in the early 2000s, when you couldn't get no more weed, you had to rely on the kink bowl. Okay, not the straight bowl that sits like this in your piece. You had to rely on the kink bowl that went like this because it would trap some resin in the little. And do you guys remember those Roar kink bowls that used to be like $150? We had a roommate of mine that was our savior. When we didn't have any weed, my boy Cap had this fucking kinked roar bowl. We would smoke all our good shit out of it, never clean that bowl. And then when the day came when none of us had it, we would just be sitting there with the lighter, sucking that fucking flame into that bowl and smoking fucking the worst shit. But it got you high, man. It gave you a headache, but
And
you got
that's one thing is that I will always recognize my OG stoners because OG stoners aren't afraid to admit that they smoked on resin. And that's one of the reasons why I advocate for reclaim nowadays and fucking having drop downs is because I would much rather scrape some reclaim than I would scrape some resin. And it's
oh,
it's a completely different experience and having smoked resin for
a
many
night and
many
day.
moon I've perfected my scraping methods. So I know just how to extract the most resin out of a pipe. Like I have we've done the R&D on this shit. Like if you're a stoner and you don't remember scraping your pipe for resin, then you are not a true fucking a follower of your craft. And I question your history and what we do because yeah, see brother, that looks like a chameleon pipe. What kind of sticker is on there, brother?
This is actually a green light pipe. Okay.
Okay.
The company, I posted a picture of this pipe, and the fucking owner DM'd me and was like, "Bro, that's a pipe from fucking 2005." Like I'm like, yeah, dude, I fucking still got it. I still got the
Sticker
fucking
and all,
sticker on it.
baby.
All still on there. And
Yeah.
I just this used to be my resin pipe because I used to allow this when this is one color, right? But once you get this all resonated and fucking dense down there, it's pink, it's beautiful, it changes color. That was what silver and gold fuming was a selling point back in the day. And plus, it doesn't hurt that it has an amazing fucking 3D honeycomb print in the front, which was super rare to find back then. This was a fucking basically after taxes. This was a $200 pipe. Okay,
They would have called that a color changing pipe. And
a
that's
yeah,
what you used to look for is like fume jobs and whatnot. The dirtier they got, the more different they ended up turning out. And so we were like, oh damn, it's changing colors. But really it's just as it filled in because it got dirty. Frank says a lot more old people are actually getting into rosin. So that's
that's
cool,
good.
fam. And that's dope. Where I am right now, I'm pretty swifty. I wanted to say that you may have misunderstood what we were talking about and be like, oh, resin. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about resin. So,
Resin
uh,
reclaim, two different
right,
things.
there's probably a lot of people that have history with resin. I'm sure that there's plenty of people that have a lot of experience with rosin as well. But
Yes.
it is crazy because really that's just one letter difference. You change the E out for an O, you got a completely different kind of dab.
100%. Yep. And yeah, these are terms again. We've created these fucking terms, man. We created these fucking terms. Yeah, we're not talking about live resin. We're talking about resin that comes from a fucking dirty ass bowl. you know. So yeah, that's again with the generational thing that you keep talking about, man. Super
Apollo
generational.
says, either way, it's a sin. Just kidding. So technically, this is considered like what, sorcery? So yeah, absolutely. But
And the man brings up a good point too. He says resin don't get you high. You're just asphyxiating yourself. Yeah, we learned that about like 2008, bro. Like we're just trying to make ends meet. Like none of us were like gonna take a fucking resin hit and be like, this was tasty. None of us thought. We were just like, please Lord, let us fucking feel something.
right? It was never a positive moment where you're like, I'm gonna pack this fat bowl of resin and I'm gonna have a great old time. Like you were doing that
Out of
because
necessity, bro.
it was rough times and you were like, Lord, I'm glad that I have this to scrape up because other than that I have nothing. So, and that's the thing, is depending on where you scraped it up from, you might have to let it dry. Let's say that you got it from inside your bong and it wasn't even from inside a bowl, you might have to dry that shit first before you could even smoke it. So
Yeah.
I've come from the days of being pretty inventive when it comes to resin. I know a lot about how it burns and how to collect it and all that kind of good shit. So yeah, thankfully
And like
we're
going back to your reclaim thing, that's just distillate, man. We're basically crudely making distillate when you capture your reclaim. Okay, your reclaim is just a crude version of fractal distillation. Okay, that's it. Your your reclaim is crude. And when I say crude, I don't mean terrible. What I mean is the form of the way that you capture it. Okay, when they make fucking distillate that has no terpenes in it, just pure THC syrup, they're basically dabbing all the flavor and getting you're taking shit from a certain temperature to another temperature to capture just pure THC distillate. Okay, you guys got to understand. Reclaim is not a terrible thing. Just know it's not gonna taste good. It's just there to help you. Sometimes it will. Well, now because we actually take the time to not dab it at 9,000 degrees, we're dabbing it at like 500 to 400 degrees, which isn't a completely terrible thing, you know. But when push comes to shove, the reclaim versus resin versus old resin in your pipe or in your bong, reclaim is always cleaner. You're just not gonna have the same fucking flavor, but it is gonna smack you in the fucking face. All right.
Reclaim over resin all day as a dabber. I am and that's why I advocate. There's videos where I talk about it's really good to have a drop down. That way you don't put your fucking nail right in your piece and you actually have something to collect your reclaim in. So then you have something to dump it out of and then you can collect it a little bit easier. So on those rainy days, you have something to dab out of. I definitely think that it's a good idea to save your reclaim and that it can come in handy. And even if you're not going to dab it, this is something that you can throw into edibles. Like it's already decarbed, so it's ready to
Yeah.
use. There's a lot of stuff that you can do with it outside of dabbing. If you're not going to throw it in edibles, throw it in a gel cap, like.
Yeah. Yeah. And Michael J was asking like, Keith from a grinder, what do you do? Bro, Keith from a grinder, I have a grinder right here. You have to understand, even this back in like 2005, people were like, "What's a grinder? Teach me about that." Because people were getting into volcano vaporizers, and you can't just cram a nug. This goes back to something else I saw in the chat too about someone talking about old school guys. They like more of a harsher thing. More old school guys from the 60s, 70s, 80s, some even 90s, they're never gonna break apart their weed. They grab a nug and shove it into the bowl of the fucking pot. Okay, they didn't care about this shit. But if you got some fucking Keith, like I got right here, oh shit, man, I almost fucking dropped the whole thing. If you have some Keith, you just want to fucking put that. It's a topper. It's
There's
pepperoni.
guys that I've met, Brother Mario, that think it's blasphemy to break up a nug by
Oh,
anything other than your fingers. If you throw it in a grinder, you fucked up. Like you have to break everything up by your fingers, and it's like everybody's got a preference. That just goes to
yeah,
show that in this community, everybody has a different way of doing things, and everyone has like a system.
yeah, 100%. Everyone's gonna. That's the beautiful part about this, though, is that everyone has their own little way of doing things, and no one's really right or wrong. It's just your preference. You know, that's all.
And since it's my channel, brother, I'm gonna go ahead and disagree with you. There's definitely people that do shit the wrong way, but that's all on them. And if that's how they enjoy doing it, then much love. But I definitely think that there is a correct and an incorrect way to do, and there's a range, there's a range to all that shit. But there's definitely a way that you could fuck up a dab or just totally waste a bowl. And there's people that do that like on a regular basis and think that they're totally hunky dory. And to those people, I just hope that they watch my channel and they learn some shit and they do a little bit better. And till then, I said that we had one shot, but you know what, brother? I lied. We got one more. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this.
I'm gonna
And
do a shot of the agua.
hey, nothing wrong with that. We're a little over actually, 3.5 hours. We're coming up on 3 hours and 40 minutes. I really appreciate my brother Mario chilling with me. We're just talking about honestly, at this point, we're talking about weed culture.
Yeah.
A little bit of weed culture, a little bit of glass culture, but we're getting into everything. And you know what? This is the kind of shit that I enjoy is just being able to touch on the cannabis community. That aside from any particular part of it, just being part of the cannabis community, things that we have noticed going on in the cannabis community, it's really neat to be able to have a real-time discussion, and especially, brother, now since I have you on panel, I love interacting with the chat, but it's really dope to have you on camera with me real time, where I get to have the discussion and we get to bounce these ideas off of each other. So again, I know I've been saying it all night, but thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining me. And I really appreciate having you on panel.
Yo, bro, dude, we definitely got to do this more often because me and you always take a deep dive type of shit. And it's always fucking enjoyable because between the two of us, we got a good amount of history, and I'm sure in the chat too, we got a good amount of history. That's what's most important, man. That's what's most important.
H7 says, let's hear it for Clean Pump. Absolutely, fam. This is my brother. I really appreciate the fact that he had some free time to come and join us tonight, and it is awesome. The man says, yeah, thanks, Clean Pump. Actually, he may have done that on purpose. He says, yeah, thanks, Clean Pimp. I'll go ahead and read that out loud. So, yes, it's as dope as it is to hang out with you guys and do a stream. It's really awesome to be able to have a guest, and to be able to have a guest that is a really good friend. And we were actually talking about this a little bit earlier, but this is a relationship that grew out of something totally random. Like, I bought the product. I was a really big fan of what it was, and so I just hit to promoting it really hard. And I did a YouTube video and I sent it to Brother Mario, and I was like, hey brother, I just want to let you know I really dig your product, and I made a YouTube video. And we were friends before that, but it's just really cool to be able to build bridges with folks. And after, because we've been friends for years now, like years, years plural, dog. Like,
Yeah, dude. That's
it's
what's
really
crazy, man.
cool, to build the bridge like that, and to be able to say, like, I met this gentleman this way, but now he's family. And it's you're my family, brother Mario, and I really
Same
appreciate
here,
you
my man.
hanging out with me tonight. And we need to do this more often, brother. And
Absolutely.
anytime that you are free and you're down to do it, I'm going live on Fridays, so let's make it a regular thing, because you're
Oh, yeah.
always welcome on my channel. And next year, so that's the other thing. Next year we got to make the in-person meeting happen. We got to do
Absolutely, dude.
we got
I
to
know
do a
we've been
live
talking
stream
about that
where
for
we're
years.
together, but it's just one camera.
Yeah, exactly, dude. And we've been talking about that for a while, man. A while. So, I definitely, I from the get go, people connect on different levels, and me and you definitely. I was a brand new company, and you took the time to make a simple video, and that was like the thing that was like, man, this no one has to do anything for you. Okay, so when someone, especially a little baby company like me just starting out, and someone actually takes the time to make a quality video, give their honest opinion, that let me know you were a person who really gonna fucking, you're just a real person. You're just, I gotta be more attentive to people like this. And from that grew into this amazing relationship and friendship, and we've been family ever since, man. So it's always fucking awesome to get together. It's always fucking a joy to fucking see you and see you growing and see you doing your thing. So, man, it's reciprocal for sure, man.
We got 7 homies in the chat. I'm gonna be honest, brother. I think we're on like number 5, but I kind of lost count. So we're gonna take this shot and this one. It's gonna be the last one for the night, because we're coming up on 4 hours. So we're just chilling. I'm gonna
We're
be driving to the coast tomorrow, so I'm gonna be just hanging out and probably take another dab and just fucking chill. But yeah, we got my brother Mario from Clean Pump hanging out with us. 7 homies in the chat. If you guys have not looked at my brother Mario's page, not only is he on Instagram, he's also here on YouTube. So make sure that you go and check out some videos. You can check out a review that I actually did of the V3 which is the version that I own, and that's V3 version 3 because there are a bunch of different versions. So
Yes,
even
sir.
though I don't own all of those, you can go to the website and check that out, cleanpump.com. He's also on Instagram. So aside from being on YouTube and having his own website, you can find him on Instagram at Clean Pump. And best believe that he's always putting out stuff, trying to be active and be part of the community. So hey, show him some love. Let him know that Cynic sent you. You can actually use my name as a discount code. So if you
Yes,
buy anything
sir.
on his website, use Dead Cynic as a code and get a little bit off your order.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So again, I appreciate everyone in the fucking chat coming in and kicking it. And again, we'll be doing this more often for sure, man. And to the homie Frank Stuckfoot, sorry you're sick, but it's a great time to recoup and fucking get better. But everyone head colds are passing around right now, so you know, take care of yourselves. Go out there, take some fucking walks, stay healthy. Don't eat too much horse shit. Take care of yourself, man.
Load up on some vitamin C and just
And
remember
D.
that, before all this propaganda and shit, there was this thing called the cold that people used to
Yeah,
get around this season. So maybe
yeah,
you just have that,
yeah.
and you'll be all right if you just take
Guys,
care of yourself.
let me tell
Eat
you
some
guys,
fucking chicken noodle soup.
I've been living my life as normal since this all started, and I have yet to get COVID. And my wife got it. I, you know, me and my wife literally lived together, sleep in the same bed, and I never felt a thing. So just stay fucking healthy. The greatest thing that doctors don't want you to be is healthy. So you don't have to be vegan. You don't have to be some keto guy. Just find what fucking works for you. Optimize your fucking health. That'll give you amazing fucking ability to fight off most everything.
I try and teach people that, brother. Basically, the school of thought with doctors is a healthy person is a patient lost.
Yes. Yes.
So the
Yeah.
thing is that they're going to try and sell you on a treatment because
Mm-hmm.
if they cure you, you're not going to come back and spend more money. But
Yeah.
if they treat you, then you need to come back every week, every month, whatever the fuck it is that they
Pay for
tell
the
you.
prescriptions. Pay for the doctor's visits. Pay for their business.
It all adds up, and that's what it is, brother. It's a business. So I really hope that people wake up to that fact. And it's not that I don't value doctors, it's that
Exactly.
I think that here in this particular country, the term doctor has been kind of like skewed a little bit. And like we're the only country in the world that allows fucking like commercials of prescription medication because this is a business and not a country, right? And we're the only country that's stupid enough to think that we could walk into a doctor's office and tell that motherfucker what he should prescribe us.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw Zoloft in this commercial the other day, and that looks like it'll really treat my shit. So I think that you, this medical professional that has access to my complete medical history, should prescribe me that because I saw it in this commercial one day.
Bro,
Like I just that shit to me, brother. It fucking
just
woo.
just so you know, man, I when I tell my doctor, hey, I'm allergic to this, he's like, I don't know about that. Like, bitch, I live in my body. I'm me, my vessel. Like, I've eliminated all these things from my diet. Okay, the only thing that seems to make me, and when I was diagnosed, he's like, oh, that's just eczema. I'll give you a cream for it. It's not that big a deal. We don't know what causes it. It just comes and goes. Blah blah blah. I'm like, bruh, I'm telling you right now, when I eat peanuts, it fucking happens. Nah, it can't be the peanuts. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm telling you to your face. When I don't eat peanuts, when I can eat when I do like a fast or when I don't eat peanuts for a fucking month, I can eat some peanuts without having a severe reaction. So I am allergic, but I'm not allergic to the point where I might have anaphylaxis. but I break out in fucking rashes. And I know exactly the points where it comes out. And I tell him to his face, bro, when I stop eating nuts, stop using seed oils to cook in, it magically disappears. So it has to be that. Man, I don't know if it's that. Let me give you a cream. Bruh, if you got skin issues, start with an elimination diet. Whether it's vegan, whether it's keto, whether it's carnivore, whether it's only fish, whether it's, start with a fast for 24 hours and figure out what's fucking causing. You're the only person that's gonna know. You gotta be
And
honest with yourself.
every person, every body is different. So you have to gauge that. And I agree with Brother Mario 100%. Fast. See if maybe it's part of your diet that's fucking you up. Because here's the thing. Me coming from someone that's had to do some shit like that, I will tell you out of firsthand experience, 9 times out of 10, it's probably something that you're eating that's fucking you up, that's not agreeing with you. And if you just take a break, get a food diary going on, and actually catalog what you're doing
Yep.
for a little bit, you'll be able to figure out and diagnose yourself. And what's crazy is, I remember going to my doctor once and telling him, I feel this way. I kind of think I have this. And him telling me, you know what, Mike? You're the probably best diagnosis of yourself because you it's your body, just like Brother Mario was saying, it's your fucking body. Like, you know how you feel, so you probably are the best person to understand how, like, what it is that you have. And
Yeah.
that's the thing is,
Just try things, man. Like my
exactly.
everything we're talking about right now is anecdotal. So like the man says, he suffers from plaque psoriasis. It might not be nuts, man. It might be other shit. All I'm saying is, if you want to get to the root cause of your problem, I've done a 48-hour fast. I've never done a 5-day fast, and if you need serious medical help to make sure that you'll be okay during a 5-day fast. But if you want to figure some shit out, if you got stomach problems, if you got some going on, believe me, you're not gonna die. You're gonna feel like shit, but you're not gonna die. Either you're gonna have to take chemo or whatever you feel comfortable with. You got to do it, man. Whatever your doctor or whatever you and your doctor can get together and figure out, do what's best for you. But also know that most medical help that you get right now is based off shit we learned in the 1930s, 1950s, 1960s. We just flipped our entire fucking food pyramid upside down. Okay, we know that carbs and we know that breads and things like this are not necessarily the most healthiest thing for you. But again, it's about the individual. You might not be allergic to nuts, but you might be allergic to seed oils. You might be allergic to meat. You might be allergic to fucking chicken. You might be allergic to a lot of different things. The only way you're gonna figure it out is not by taking a fucking pill with your doctor. You got to get on yourself and try to make a change. Dietary, exercise. Most of us live really extremely sedentary lives. We have to remember that the best thing for us is being going out there, at least taking a walk, at least getting physically active, and watching what you eat, man. That's the best thing you can do for your life, man. Cut the sugar content down. Stop eating fucking so much candy. If that's one of the problems, I have that issue. That's how I found out about my peanut allergy. I
Eat,
love
sleep,
Reese's
work,
Pieces,
brother.
motherfuckers.
That's the problem with a lot of people is eat, sleep, work is the I guess the not schedule, the cycle. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah,
Eat, sleep, work is the cycle that a lot of people have gotten into. And the crazy thing is work is usually like 8 hours of sitting down or being stationary in some sort of way. So work does not necessarily mean being active. And that
yeah,
eat, sleep, work schedule could mean a lot of exactly what you're saying, being sedentary and just being fucking, you don't actually do anything. So that starts to wear on a person after a while. and you have to do something to manage that. That's
Yeah.
like you have to do something to manage that.
Not just that, guys. Stress.
Oh,
Stress.
dude,
Stress.
stress
Your life
will
is
fuck you up.
stressful. Life is stressful as itself, man. That's something I learned this year. Stress is a motherfucker, man, and stress can kill you. The best thing you can do is stay fucking positive. Surround yourself with positive people, and surround yourself with 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 people that love you. And again, it's up it's up to you whether you want, to fucking get better or not. No one else can do that for you. So you really gotta fucking want to get healthy. And again, it's everybody is everybody is different. So you're gonna have to find what works for you. There is no single remedy for every person. If that was true, we would have cured cancer a long fucking time ago. It's just not the way it works. Everybody has a different body. Everybody. Everything has to be individually prescribed. So again, just take care of yourself, man. The biggest thing in life right now is that I notice stress and anxiety, man. Everyone suffers from that shit. And when your body and your aura is constantly doing that, man, it's not healthy for you, man. It's not healthy. It resonates through your whole fucking core. Whether you believe in God, whether you're a fucking Buddhist, everyone always comes back to the temple, your body, your mind. That's the biggest thing you can take care of, man. So, again, if you don't want to change your diet, if you don't want to stop eating Cheetos and shit, at least try and surround yourself with fucking positivity. Hopefully that will make you fucking change a few things. But believe me, there's a lot. There's breathing techniques and stuff that I've gotten into. There's cold hot therapy that I've gotten into, getting into super cold situations, just fucking dealing with it, using your breath to kind of activate your primal instincts as a human being, man. We haven't always been sitting in front of fucking screens our entire life. We used to have to fucking go without eating for 4 or 5 days, hunting a fucking animal, and begging begging God or the ethos to give us some food, So we're we're just cresting into new stuff, new health stuff, but really mental health is one of the biggest things that you can try and help yourself with, man. So
Which I
please,
agree with completely, brother, because we have a lot more to worry about nowadays than, oh man, I'm a hunter gatherer. I
yeah,
need to kill this animal so that I can feed myself. Like our concerns and our day-to-day shit is much different than that. So you definitely have to make sure that you're taking care of that
yeah,
because it matters and it affects the rest of your well-being and it adds up. So if you neglect it, it
yeah,
starts to wear on the rest of your life at some point.
yeah, yeah. If you look up in history, man, there's Indian tribes, guys, before they go into hunt for bison, for deer, they would literally in the coldest forms, you're out in the wilderness. Okay? Northern California is pretty damn cold. Colorado's pretty damn cold. I'm telling you, these guys would just to get a chance at throwing or shooting an arrow at a bison or at a deer. They would strip down nude and dunk themselves into freezing fucking water just to ask the ethos or their god to give
Please
them.
bless this hunt.
Yeah, please give me a chance just to get in front of this animal. I've honed my skills in. I've done my due diligence to try and kill this animal so this animal doesn't feel any pain. Give me a shot. So remember, we're suffering on a different level now, man. We're past that we can go to the store and order deer meat off the internet. So you gotta go out there and pretend that you gotta work for your food again, man. So when people are out there working out and getting ripped, some people do it for the vanity. You're trying to do it just to extend your life and get to share more positive, happy moments with the people you love. That's all we gotta concentrate on now. So life is not that fucking hard. Okay, we're not fighting off zombies yet. So enjoy the fucking time, you guys.
And so people may not believe this, But and what I would add on to your point, Brother Mario, is that the path has already been prepared for us. And the example that I would use is that one of the gnarliest things that I've ever encountered in my research as far as like the world and how things are is that simple anatomy. You and me, the way that we're made up is that if one of our lungs collapses, we can actually function on the other lung. So we can have a whole lung that goes down and we can function on one separate one. There's this weird animal analogy that the American buffalo has one lung cavity. And it's weird because the Indians, all of the Native Americans understood that if they hit that motherfucker with a spear to the lungs, it only took one good spear to bring him down. And the thing is that design, you could say, has nothing to do with evolution or a positive outcome as far as how they would survive. That is just a symbiosis that occurs with the Native American tribes, almost like the buffalo was built for them to hunt.
Exactly.
Says it's called redundancy, Cynic, and what he's talking about is the human lung because the bison lung is not made that way. So there is no redundancy in a bison's lung, and it's interesting that it's built that way. And what I would just use that point to illustrate that things have been built for us a certain way, and all it takes is our looking into how to take advantage of it for us to benefit from it. So whether you want to call it God or just nature or the system that we were born into, you call it whatever the fuck you want. There's a way for us to take care of ourselves that is natural, that comes from the place that we actually live on. And it's just whether or not you're willing to look into it and find the information, because what a lot of people would like you to believe living here in this place that we call America, which we would like to think is a country, but really it's a business. A healthy patient is a customer lost. That's the way that the healthcare industry looks at it. So there's a lot of stuff that can actually make you healthy and make you well that you're not going to hear about, because if you were to ever do that stuff, then you are no longer a valid customer. And if you're no longer a valid customer, that's no good to the people that actually run shit. So their interest is in actually literally making you sick. Because if they make you sick, then they can treat you. And if they treat you instead of cure you, then they have an ongoing business. If they cure you, then you never have to go back. If they treat you, now they have a monthly, weekly business where you gotta give them money so that you can stay well. And to me, I'm just gonna throw it out there. To me, it's a little bit of a scam. I try not to talk about it too much because I know it makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist. But if you live in the United States of America and you don't think about conspiracy theories, then then you're perfectly
You're not
conditioned,
really an American, man.
right?
Well, check it out. My fucking iPad is on 1%, my brother. So I'm gonna fucking bow before this cuts off and everyone thinks I'm an asshole. I love all you guys. I know I just met you guys, but we'll be back on here fucking chilling and talking again about all kinds of shit. So I appreciate you guys kicking it and hanging out. I'm out. I got a piss. I'm holding on to a piss. I'm doing the piss cast right now. So I appreciate you. Love you, Mikey. Again, love all you fucking people in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Mrs. Clean Pump says, much love and peace and love. Whatever you guys believe in, take care of yourselves. Fucking, again, the best thing you can do for yourself is surround yourself with people who love you. And no matter what they believe in, as long as they believe in you. And again, stay happy, motherfuckers.
That's real shit, Brother Mario. Thank you so much for joining us. Mrs. Clean Pump, thank you so much for the shout out. Brother, go take a leak and fucking relieve yourself, and I will see you soon. We definitely got to plan out another one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's try and make it for every Friday night.
I'm down. Let's make it happen.
All right, guys. Much love. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. try not to be an asshole, even though sometimes it's much easier to be. Okay. Much love, guys. Take care of yourselves.
Cheers, brother. My brother Mario, thank you so much for joining us, sir. Always a pleasure to have you on camera. And I mean, that's a pretty good stream, y'all. We've been going for 4 hours now. We had brother Mario on for most of that. So I'm going to go ahead and take off and try and find something to watch. I'm actually going to be driving down to the coast tomorrow, so I don't want to get super hungover. And the man 123420 says, seems like a good guy. Awesome stream. No, I will tell you right now, fam. It's not that he seems like an awesome guy. Brother Mario is an awesome guy. He's a really good friend of mine, and the great thing about that is that our relationship was, I've never met this man in person. Our relationship is built off of just the fact that, you know, we are both content creators. We're both ganjapreneurs in a way, and we were just able to build a bridge with each other that, you know, it's great. It's great to have a relationship when you have a product or a service in the cannabis community or in any community. It's great when you are the proprietor of a business and you can create the relationship with the customer. That's awesome. It's just great. But it's crazy because it's another level with me and brother Mario, because I didn't meet like a sales rep or anything. Like, I know him, and I've been in contact with him like from the beginning. So, you know, it's my relationship with him is something that I value very much and I treasure, because there's a lot of people that I met in this community since I started doing what I've done that my relationship with them is completely different. And you know, not everybody ends up being your friend. So it means a lot to have somebody like brother Mario that we can have on stream. And you know, I've known him for multiple years plus, you know, plural. And we have a good time, and I look forward to him joining. Like, if he wants to come on every fucking Friday, dude, let's do this shit. Like, let's do a joint stream every Friday. I'm totally down with that. So I'm gonna hit him up and we'll talk more about it a little bit later. 5 homies in the chat. We've gone for 4 hours. I have one more shot that I'm gonna take here with you guys, and then I'm gonna check out because it's time to check out. We've been on for 4 hours. So yeah, much love to you guys. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope that you enjoyed tonight's stream. It was a lot of fun, and we talked about a lot of stuff. Who knows what we'll talk about next time, especially if brother Mario is gonna join me every week, then I probably need to put at least a little bit of work into kind of like a background subject that we can touch on when we get tired of talking about whatever we're talking about. So I'm gonna have to put a little bit of work into what we're gonna do for a revolving stream. But other than that, I think that we're gonna have a lot of fun, and I very much look forward to brother Mario joining us in the future. Having said that, I am going to check out for the night because we've already been on for 4 hours, motherfuckers. Like, what else do you want from me? Well, okay, so we've been on for 4 hours, but we haven't taken a dab yet, and I still have this fat dab of GMO sitting right here. So maybe we will take this shot and then take a nice fat dab before we head out for the evening. I see that there are 5 homies in the chat with us. So Michael J says, what the hell, no dab? So brother, we were talking with brother Mario, and we just got so into what we were talking about that, you know, we didn't get around to it. It's not like I didn't have it there. I had the dab there. It's been sitting there since we fucking started this shit 4 hours ago. I just haven't had the time to take it because we've been talking. So Michael J says throughout the whole video, damn, dog, it's been. And so if anybody watches this back, you guys will notice that every now and then I looked off camera here and there, and it was to fucking look at my dab rig and my dab and be like, fuck, that's still there. I haven't even taken it. Paulo says your streams are always the best for what it's worth. You know what, Apollo? I think that you're saying that because you don't watch a lot of other live streams. And I say that facetiously. I really appreciate the fact that you would give me that compliment, fam. Honestly, I would never give it to myself just because I don't think of myself very highly. So it means a lot when I get compliments like that from you guys. And I really appreciate the fact that you think so highly of what I do. So, Paulo, thank you for tuning in, fam. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a great night. I can't even remember what fucking shot this is. I think that this is like number 5 or 6. And we're going to fucking drink it. Paulo says, dude, I watch a lot of live streams. So for him to go out of his way to say that about mine, that actually means a lot. Paulo, I appreciate it, fam. And honestly, like, thank you. Because I would like to think that because I've been doing this for years now, that I do understand how to do it at least half decently. Not do it correctly, like I do it the right way every time. But you know what? I would like to think that I've created a system where I at least know how to kind of run a stream. And the man says that's shot number 6. My lady says 6 if I'm right. Okay, so we're on shot number 6. That's 2 people saying we're on 6. So this is number 6, y'all. But yeah, I would like to think that after the channel I've built here on YouTube, that we've been able to learn and understand what it is to run a half decent stream, and that we do that. We got my little brother in the chat. Much love to you, sir. I don't know what you're doing after this, but it is Friday, so I don't think you have work. If you want to get on some, Twitch and do some Dead by Daylight, totally down to hang out with you on the Discord and fucking chill. So much love to you. He just saw Halloween Kills. That's what's up, broski. I'm actually going to head down there later today. I'm just gonna take a little bit of time so I can recover, and then I'm gonna fucking go to grandma's house. So I'll be there probably for like 3 or 4 days, because Pops wanted to install some cameras on the house, and they wanted to do some other shit, like clear out some storage and all that. And I was like, look, I'll do whatever you want me to do while I'm there that we can get done. Just let me get down there first. So I'm going to go down and take a couple dabs and help them do whatever they're going to do. So yeah, let's go ahead and take shot number 6, and then we're going to take a dab and we will check out for the night. We got 5 homies chilling. We are a little over 4 hours into this stream, a little bit longer than we usually do, but you know what? That's because it's a good fucking stream. My little brother wants to know what day I'm coming down. I'm coming down today, broski. So it is 12/21. Technically, it's Saturday. That means that later today, I will be in town. Much love to everybody hanging out. Cheers to you guys. We got one more dab to take. I got this fat dab with some GMO sugar packed up, and then I got to find something to watch so I can fucking go to sleep, because in a couple hours I'm going to be driving to the coast. And what I can say about that is, thank the Lord that I've been doing so much driving lately, because honestly, this drive is not going to be shit. I don't have to make a round trip, so it's not like I'm going to go down and then I have to leave and come back. I'm going, and I don't have to leave for a couple of days, so I can actually stay there, and I don't have to worry about, oh, man, I just got here, now I have to drive again. I am fucking chilling. Deacon is doing great. He just got himself a bath, and I just washed his bedding, so he is super clean. all ready to go to grandma's house and get spoiled. She fucking cooks dinner for him individually. So, yes, when I say spoiled, I mean spoiled. He deserves it because he's a great dog. He's my best friend in the whole world. And right now, he is super clean, and his bed is nice and clean. So, life is good. Ali, life is good. You're my good boy. Alrighty, y'all. Let's go ahead and take this shot so that I can find something to watch and check the fuck out because I got some driving that I got to do tomorrow. Much love to all of you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate you hanging out with me and Brother Mario. Be on the lookout because I definitely need to release some regular content and do like a Let's Talk or a Let's Review or a Glass Shop or some shit. And I talk about it on the lives that I do, but if I'm being totally honest, like this new job, it has me kind of running all over California. I thought that I was going to be the Central Valley guy, and I ended up going to North California and Central California and South California. And apparently there's brand ambassadors in Michael J, we're going to take the dab. I just haven't got to it yet. I said we're going to take the shot, and then we're going to take this dab, and then I'll check out. So apparently there's 3 brand ambassadors in California, and there's one in San Francisco, there's one in LA, and then there's me. I have covered more territory than I know the LA and San Francisco brand ambassadors have. And all I want to say is I hope that they enjoy how easy their job is, because I've done shit that I don't even think most brand ambassadors would agree to do. And I threw it out there earlier, but I'll throw it out now because I'm like 5 shots in, so fuck it. But some of the higher ups in the company are actually directly responsible for me not being able to do my job and like making it harder for me to make the brand successful. And that really sucks when you work for people that you're trying to help, but they don't really help you like at all. That really sucks. So I'm just going to throw that out there. We're 4 hours into the stream, 3 people here. There's not really a whole lot of you that are going to get that message. And, if you're here from Sitka and you're listening to me and you hear that, well, then maybe fucking help me out a little bit so that I don't have to say that, because all it takes is a little bit of support and then I feel completely different. Michael J says it's big business, broski. That that's kind of what I've had to accept. Is that's what it comes down to. Is it's like any other job that I've worked for. I'm gonna put in more work than they're going to actually appreciate, and I just have to be okay with doing more than what is expected of me, but not getting any kind of appreciation for it. That's just how jobs work. Like, not even the job that I am in, but just like jobs in general, is if you have a good work ethic and you take what you do seriously and you actually put effort into it as an employee, you're never going to get out what you put in. And I've accepted that about Sitka. There's never, for the amount of work that I've done already, they're never going to give me a position that I'm happy with. It's not going to happen. And I'm currently asking for any kind of increase in my stature in the company. That's probably not even going to happen. And I have to be okay with that. It just sucks because I have to say that. Like, I have to be okay with getting treated the way that I'm getting treated. And I have to be okay with that continuing. It sure would be nice to be able to start my own company or get into somewhere that you put the effort in and it actually gets recognized. But, let's just be honest. Like, there's that kind of shit doesn't exist anymore. So it is what it is. A job's a job, and we're going to do the fucking job. So let's go ahead and take this last shot of some whiskey, and then we're going to check out for the night. Much love to all of you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. It has definitely been a funky Friday. We had my brother Mario from Clean Pump on here with us for the majority of the stream, and it was an absolute pleasure to have him on camera with us. Miss Clean Pump also made an appearance. I do believe she took a shot. It wasn't on camera, but Brother Mario handed a glass off to her, and I'm pretty sure that she cleaned it out. So Dead Zaku says it's all about money for the higher ups, and you know, that's absolutely true. Because I've been doing all of this work and all of this driving. I have literally driven all over California. And this week, it was a couple of days. I want to say it was 3 or 4 days. There was this thing called Hall of Flowers that Sitka was invited to. And I would have been a great candidate to invite out there with all the work that I've been doing. I didn't get any kind of, hey, you should meet us out there. Hey, you should go out there. Hey, we should have you out there because you've done all this stuff. Nah, nothing like that. It was a lot of, we're going to go out to Hall of Flowers, so we hope that it's a good day. And, you know, I hope that it was. I hope that there was a lot of success and that we did well and that there's going to be new accounts. But, you know, it's funny how all that shit works. And as much as I enjoy what I'm doing right now and my position at Sitka, really that's what I enjoy. It's just I enjoy working in the industry. It's not even this position at Sitka, because I could probably find another brand ambassador position that would treat me better. And honestly, I could do it because I'm doing this pretty fucking easy. But it is what it is. And I have to understand that I chose the industry that I'm going to work in. And, you know, instead of getting a job selling insurance or fucking working at some kind of retail job, working at Best Buy or some shit like that, instead of doing that, I chose to get a job in the 420 710 community. And that job might be a little bit more difficult than other jobs. I kind of have to accept that to a certain degree, but then there's also a level where it's like, okay, there is this stuff that I accept. Can we work past this other stuff and actually be like half professional? That would be great, because again, almost 4.5 hours in, there's not a whole lot of people that are watching right now. I seriously doubt anybody from Sitka's watching right now. And if you are watching, I hope you're fucking taking notes. Give Kim a raise and make her like a bigger part of the company or something, because she's one of the only people that actually handles shit. The other, like, again, as much as I love working for this company, the higher ups, they actually get in the fucking way. They make shit harder. They make shit more difficult. I will say that. And if anybody wants to ask me about it in an email or a fucking call or some shit like that, I will actually detail how I know from experience that they make shit harder, because I have actually had to go through scenarios where I have worried about where I'm going to stay for the night because of the higher ups in the company. I've had to worry about whether or not I'm going to have to sleep in my fucking truck or not for the night because of the people that actually run shit for this company. So to say that they could do their job a little bit better is an understatement. And I'm just going to leave it at that because we're about to check out, so I don't really have to say a whole lot more. I'm grateful for the opportunity to a certain extent, but it's like, fuck, man. For the work that I've done, I could probably find this experience in a lot of other companies that treat me better. And that's just the truth. So it is what it is. No matter what I say about the experience or the job so far, it's actually been a lot of fun. And I've really enjoyed myself and being able to educate patients and bud tenders and just fucking go and talk to people and nerd out about shit. Because as a glass collector, that's kind of what I wish I could do. I wish that I could go to like somewhere where stoners kind of congregate and just nerd out about glass and take like a table of my heady customs and just fucking draw people to the table, be like, dude, what the fuck is this? And just talk to them about how I collect glass and I like to help people build bridges. And if they ever need help finding an artist for a small fee, I can walk them through, getting a custom order. I wish that we lived in a time, or like I lived in the kind of community where people actually spent that kind of money. But here in Visalia in the Central Valley, everybody is cheap as fuck. And nobody is really buying any custom glass. There are no head shops around here that carry legit heady glass. Like there's none of that shit here. And I don't care who the fuck tunes in and says, well, I have this or this or this. You know what? I live in the Central Valley, and most of the shit that I have as far as my glass collection did not come from any shops that are here locally. That came from me actually collecting from individual artists that I met on Instagram. So if you want to try and bullshit me and tell me that you found some shit in the Central Valley, you're talking out of your ass. And I would love to see you prove it. And I would love to see you actually provide evidence of not just who you picked up your stuff from, but who the original artist is. So, yeah, like, Paulo says, don't forget, I'm from V-Town too. Okay, so then you know how cheap motherfuckers are. You know exactly what I'm talking about then. There is nobody here that sells heady glass. And if anybody did sell heady glass, they wouldn't last for very long because nobody wants to fucking buy it out here. Everybody's cheap as fuck. And it would be one thing if I was just saying that to like demean my community or whatever, but that's just the honest fucking, there's nothing else I can say, because aside from being a glass collector, I used to work in the head shops around here, and I know how much money people want to spend on a glass rig. I know what they think is a fair price, and I tell you what, it's pretty fucking cheap. So nobody's getting like really custom glass. There might be a small pocket of collectors here and there, because again, I live here, I exist in this space, and I'm a collector, but there's not a lot of people. Paulo says, you're frustrated, feeling alone. I wouldn't say frustrated, fam. I just recognize that I am alone. Because if I went to LA, there's people that are going to have stuff that's 10 times as heady as I do. But living here in the Central Valley, you have to understand what market you're working with. And there's a lot of head shops that try and advertise themselves like, oh, we sell some really cool shit. And it's like, I'm sorry that you think that, but it really just has to do with the demographic that you're selling to. And you sell some basic shit. It's just that nobody really wants to pay for anything, so you think that it's dope. The man says glass blowers have to move away for work. I don't really understand that question, fam. All I'm going to say is there's times where glass blowers work with other glass blowers, and there are collabs where maybe two glass blowers are from separate states and they'll work on one piece. But as far as glass blowers like needing to move away to do work, that's not a thing. Paulo says maybe pay if someone else displays worthy skill. Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to say, fam, is that there's work out there that's worth it. I have a bunch of custom glass. Like I pay for glass. That's not a problem. I'm just saying that there's a hype machine that is kind of behind a lot of prices in what we have available to us as collectors, and that you have to be careful because I think glass collectors get taken advantage of a lot. Part of that is ignorance to the glass collecting game and not understanding how stuff works or how stuff is normally priced. I also think that on a level, that's just glass blowers trying to get one over on us, hoping that we're in tier number 1 and that we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Paulo says, true, your shit is pretty top notch. I really appreciate that, fam. I collect glass. You know, whether it's good or not, I've definitely paid for stuff that I'm not happy with. And I've had pieces where it's like, if people are here in person, I'll be like, dude, this piece might look dope, but this is why I don't fuck with it. So there's a lot of experience and kind of history that goes into glass. Paulo says all about that Psyduck. So, and that's, again, fam, like what I was just saying, that artist that made the Psyduck, Danny Girl Glass, I am not her favorite person. And the crazy thing is that has nothing to fucking do with me. That was all the situation that she created, and I kind of got drug into, and I was honest about what the situation was, and she didn't appreciate that. So if you mention my name to her, she's probably going to get kind of cringy. And the shitty thing about that is, again, that was something that she actually created. That had nothing to do with me being a dick or, you know, me expecting something that we didn't agree on. Like, that was something I was kind of dragged into, and it was unfortunate, but it was true. Like, everything that I said, she couldn't argue with. And I think that's kind of, artists really hate it when you pay a bunch of money and they're trying to treat you like they're doing you a favor, and you kind of slap them in the face with your dick a little bit and be like, you know what, bitch, I actually paid you for this. Like, this isn't you doing me a favor. This is something that we agreed on as a business transaction, and you owe me because I already fucking paid you the money. So how about you do your goddamn job and stop acting like it's a favor, because it's not. And that's the only, like, that's what really gets under my skin, is the fact that we'll pay these people hundreds of dollars of money, and they'll act like this is something, like they hit me up out of the blue and they were like, Dead Cynic, I heard you like Psyduck. You know what? I'm going to fucking make you one for Christmas. Don't worry about it. That is not what happens. That has never happened. So you want to talk about some shit? There was a guy named Jack Glass Art who everybody says is a piece of shit on fucking Instagram. And there's literally Instagram accounts of people that's like, Jack Glass Art is a scammer. I tried to help him out just as like an experiment. Like, you know what? Maybe I can help make his account more successful. Like, even that, he fucking, I never got anything for free. I made this guy thousands of dollars bringing his fucking name back up from the mud. I paid for every single item that I ever got from him. I never got a discount. I never got anything for free. Like, glass blowers, for the most part, are just fucking, I don't want to say pieces of shit, but that's kind of what's coming to my brain. Like, I'm trying to find a nice term for it, but most glass blowers, if they're not just fucking assholes, they're just pieces of shit. And I really wish that I had like another term or a better way or some better experience to be able to throw out to you guys to say something better. But you know what? I don't. Most glass blowers, they're either fucking assholes or they're just pieces of shit. And there's maybe one or two glass blowers that I've ever dealt with that's been like, you know what? I actually respect you, and that's like, I fuck with what you do. And you know what's crazy? Even the guy that's made most of the fucking work that I have, Semi Glass, he wouldn't even be one of those people. Because I hit him up, and sometimes it takes fucking weeks for him to get back to me. And it's like, you know what, motherfucker? I know that you're not that busy. You don't have so much work that it takes you 4 weeks to get back to me about a fucking question that I asked, especially when I know I'm one of the biggest collectors of your shit. So all I can say is fuck most glass blowers. Michael J says chubby glass. You know what, fam? Here's the thing about that. I didn't even deal with him personally, so I have no idea. But what I would say is if I ever hit him up for a custom, I bet I'd run into some kind of problem. I bought his shit secondhand. So what happened was I was buying glass from a particular glass blower whose name was Travis. I don't really see him on Instagram posting anymore, but he did like at first he was doing bubble caps and like dabbers and shit, and then he made a couple of recyclers. He was experimenting with those, but I actually did a giveaway with him where I bought like 4 or 5 of his caps, and we gave away like 3, and I kept a couple. But he, as a glass blower, bought this rig from Chubby, and when Chubby realized that another glass blower had bought his work, he actually sent him the last little bit of Illuminati that he had made that rig from. And he said, you know, make whatever you want with it. And luckily for me, Travis took that little piece of Illuminati and made a bubble cap with it. He could have made a fucking dabber or a pendant or some other useless shit, but he actually made a bubble cap. So I saw him post that set, the bubble cap and the rig, and I was like, dude, that's fucking dope. And I picked that shit up. So, Michael J., as far as your question, I can't say heads or tails on Chubby Glass by Nate because I've never dealt with him in person. But I'm just going to say from my own personal experience with so many different glass blowers, eventually I would probably run into an issue with him. That's how it is with everybody. All right. So we're 4.5 hours in, 6 homies in the chat. We're going to take this last dab. We're going to take a shot, or we're going to take this last shot. We're going to take a dab, and then we're going to check out for the evening. Much love to you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. I hope that you have enjoyed the conversation. I'm trying not to be too much of a dick, but at the same time, I feel like I got to be honest. And as much as I love collecting glass, you know what I don't love doing is dealing with the fucking artist. Like, seriously, dealing with glass artists has been one of the biggest fucking headaches that I've ever decided to give myself. And if you're going to get into glass blowing and you're going to deal with artists directly and not fucking buy third party from head shops all the time, then you have to understand that all of these artists are little fucking fragile snowflake pieces of shit, and that they're all different, and they're all going to be pain in the asses in completely different ways. And you have to be prepared. If you're going to do custom work with people, you have to be prepared to deal with that. And you're going to see on Instagram these glass blowers bitch about customers all day, and people, oh, this person bid on an auction and didn't pay, and meh. You know what? For each one of those, there's an equally shitty experience that glass blower put a customer through that you're never going to hear about because that glass blower has 100,000 fucking followers, and the person that they treated like shit only has like 1,000. And even if they were to fucking report this glass blower or do everything that they possibly could to let people know about the experience that they had, at the end of the day, no one's going to hear them because they're not as popular. So you really have to be careful when you're dealing with any merchant on social media, because at the end of the day, the customer's voice is almost non-existent. So you're not going to know if the person that you're dealing with is worth your money until really you get that first order that you made. And I wish I could tell you something better, but when it comes to custom glass, that's really how it is. So you just have to be careful. You really have to do your research and just fucking hold people accountable, because the glass blower, you better believe that if you make a deal with them and you tell them that you're going to pay them on a certain day, they're going to fucking hit you up and wonder where that payment is if you didn't send it. So on the same side of that token, if you make an agreement and the glass blower says, yes, I can do A, B, and C, and all you have to do is pay this much money, and you pay that much money, you should be asking, hey, did you do A, B, and C yet? Hey, let me get some pictures of A, B, and C. What the fuck is going on? Because they would do that to you. So it goes both ways. All right. I'm going to shut up. We're going to take this last shot. I'm going to check the fuck out. Oh, actually, I'm going to take this last shot, then we're going to take this dab. I keep forgetting about the dab because we haven't even taken a dab tonight. We've been on for almost 5 hours, y'all, and we have not taken a dab yet. Son of a bitch. Well, it's time to fix that. Let's go ahead and take a nice fat dab of some GMO sugar, and then we're going to find something to watch. It's going to be 12:50, so we're coming up on 1 o'clock Cali time. I'm going to be heading down to the coast sometime later today to go and visit the fam. And I'm looking forward to that because one of the agreements that I made is my grandma's feeling pretty good. So I'm going to go down. I'm going to help them with some shit. They need some help with clearing stuff out of storage and installing some cameras or what the fuck ever. I used to work for Comcast, so I know how to work with wires and all that kind of shit. I'm going to do all that, but the cost of my doing all that is my grandma and my pops have to take a shot with me on camera. So this weekend, we are going to get a video entry of my grandparents taking a shot of alcohol with me. And we are going to post that on Instagram. That's going to be a story post. That's going to be a fucking profile post. So you better believe that we are going to have that shit up. But I made sure that they agreed to it before I went down. So if I go down, there will be a shot of alcohol taken. That's just what's going to happen. I'm looking forward to that. Let's go ahead and get this shit done. 5 homies in the chat. Yeah, we're coming up on 5 hours. There's a show on Netflix. It's not an adult show. I'm pretty sure it's for little kids. It's called Dogs in Space. It's fucking hilarious. And if you've never seen it, it's funny in a dumb, funny kind of way, but it's still like I'm watching it. And after I get done with this stream, that's probably what I'm going to put on. So Netflix, Dogs in Space, check it out. It's fucking hilarious. Let's take this shot of whiskey. Then let's take this dab. We had Brother Mario on with us for the majority of the night, so be on the lookout because I actually think that he might be joining us in the future. So it's very possible that next week, when we do our next Friday Night Funk, that he will be here with us. And honestly, I kind of hope that he is. because, you know, it's always nice to have company. It's good to be joined by good people. And yeah, you know, every time that he gets on panel with us, that's just one more opportunity to plug his brand and to try and advertise for Clean Pump. So I hope that at least by, you know, spending time here on the channel, that we're able to maybe get him a sale or two that he didn't get before. And yeah, you know, it'd just be nice to have another person on stream. I'm sure you guys get tired of fucking just looking at my ugly mug all the time. All you got to deal with is my voice and, you know, what I want to talk about for the night. So I'm sure that it would be nice to have another person on panel. And you know, we can definitely run a conversation to its last fucking mile, because me and Brother Mario were talking about some shit and we kept it going. So yeah, it's always a pleasure to have him on. I look forward to having him on in the future. And till then, I'm going to shut up. Let's go ahead and take this shot and take this dab. Much love to all of you guys. Oh, big stretch. Whiskey. And I think, I shouldn't say I think, going off of everybody else's comments, that is shot number 6. So we are definitely on the further end of the shot spectrum. We normally only take 2 or 3 a night. Deacon got a bath a little bit earlier, so he's all clean. And, you know, he's just being a good boy. Doing good boy things. Got a big old smile on his face. I'm glad that I got the weekend off so that I could spend it with him. He normally goes everywhere with me, so tomorrow when we go visit the grandma and the grandpa, he's going to be in the truck with me, and I know he's going to be happy to be traveling, because normally he's my shadow. And the last couple of months, I've been leaving a lot more often without him because I have to do these demos, and I'm gone for sometimes the whole fucking day. Like yesterday when I went to, I shouldn't say yesterday anymore because we're already in Saturday, but on Thursday when I went out to San Jose, I left at 8:30 in the morning, and I didn't get back until 9:40 p.m. So over 12 hours I was gone. Paulo says, looks like a really great pooch. He is absolutely fucking amazing. He's my best friend. He's the best dog that anybody could ever ask for. And every single day that I get to be his caretaker, I am blessed. So, yeah. He renews my faith in the universe, because most days I wake up and I want to blow everything up. And then, you know, I look at him and he looks at me like that. And I'm like, okay, maybe I don't need to kill everybody today, you know, because he fucking saved you all. So, Michael J says, did he poop inside? Damn, how did he hold it? So, I'm very blessed that I live with, you know, a friend of mine. So I live in his house. I rent rooms from him. And on the days where I have to be gone for that long, I know that he's going to be here and he can actually watch him and take care of him. And even if that were to fall through, I also have my lady And I'm going to be totally honest, I'm not exactly sure how reliable that is, but I know that when she actually has the time and she's able to do it, if I have to leave for a few days, she's okay with coming down and taking him for a walk. But again, that's kind of difficult. And honestly, that's kind of changed even because that's when she had a car. She doesn't even have a car anymore. So I have to plan shit out and I have to make sure that he is taken into consideration. But because he is pretty much the most important thing in my life, he is absolutely taken into consideration all of the time. And I try to make sure that he is always okay. Because if he's going to maintain my mental health, then I need to keep him healthy and I need to make sure that he's happy. And one thing that I'll say is I feel very blessed, and I'm very lucky that he is my friend because, man, like the way that he looks at me, and just he's a great buddy. He's a great buddy. Paulo says, "Hey, bro, have you noticed if Visalia has been hotter over the years? Has the air quality improved?" No, the air quality has not improved. Paulo, it's a valley, dog. It's a giant fucking bowl. It's never going to improve. Everything that comes in here just fucking sits here because it's a valley. A valley. So it's a giant fucking dust bowl. It's never going to get better. It's never going to improve. Like, it's always going to be shit. And that's like, I wish that I had something else to say that I could be more positive about it, but it's the geography, fam. Like, you can't get away from being in a giant bowl that traps dust and that stuff just sits in. So I don't I think that it's possible for it to get worse. Yes. It's also possible for it to get better in small increments, but it can only get so much better because at some point you're going to hit that wall because this is a valley and stuff just sits in here. So it can only get so much better. Paulo says the problem is vehicle exhaust. I mean, that's one way to look at it, but I mean, the problem is also just nature. Like, if it gets windy, there's a bunch of dust that doesn't go anywhere because it's just sitting here in this bowl. There's no air circulation. And one thing that you might notice, fam, living in the Central Valley or living in the valley in general, there's no wind. We don't have any air circulation, which is why shit is so fucking dusty. Like here in Visalia, just here in this house, things get dusty really fucking quick because we are sitting in a giant bowl, literally a dust bowl, and it just accumulates. So, like, it's never going to get better. It's not something that we can fix. It's just something that if you live in this area, you acknowledge it and you just kind of try and deal with it. But it's net like he says, I understand the issue, fam. I'm not trying to say that you don't. I'm just saying that it's not something that's ever going to go away. Like, this is an issue that is built into living in the valley. And if you're in this area of California, that's just how it is. It's not it's not like we can do this and like it's gonna clear up. Like, that's just the way that the place is built. So I don't complain about it because I understand that's where I live. I also understand that, you know, maybe things could be a little bit better to improve the quality of that stuff, but at the same time, there's really only so much that we can do before we're going to hit a wall and we can't really improve it anymore. So, you know, I'm not going to worry about it too much, because as long as I live in the valley, there's going to be air quality problems. One thing that I know is that, you know, living on the coast, there was never an air quality problem. We never had too much dust or pollen in the air because we live on the coast, motherfucker. Like, there's always that breeze from the ocean coming in that's sweeping everything clean. So we have some kind of pollen in the air. We have some kind of fucking whatever the fuck you want to throw into the air. Go for it, because we have the coast clearing that shit out. And in the valley, you just don't have it. It sits there and it fucking stays. And so whatever comes into the valley is just fucking there. And that's the difference. So, like, I get it to a level why shit is so expensive when you live on the coast, because part of it is just cleaner air. You know, aside from location and all this other kind of shit that you might be able to factor in, part of the reason why stuff is more expensive is because literally the fucking air that you're breathing is cleaner. That's real shit. All right. Time to take the first dab of the night, which is coming in at fucking 4 hours and 55 minutes. By the time we actually take the dab, it's probably going to be 5 hours. So the last dab of the night is going to be the first dab of the night. Much love to all of you guys. If you have been chilling with us, get that dab ready, light it up, torch it up, spark it up, all that good stuff. I think we might even take one more shot, just because, you know, I've been kind of lagging on content. Tonight we got to a Friday night funk without any kind of hassle or hesitation. So I mean, why the fuck not? You know, let's take another shot. Do I have the soda for it? I sure do. All right. So the man says cars that run on hemp oil, like Henry Ford intended, made out of hemp 10 times stronger than steel. And that's what I was going to say. The man is, I don't know if it's a YouTube video or what, but aside from running on hemp, Henry Ford actually made a car that was entirely made out of hemp. And that was determined to be a stronger material than a lot of the stuff that was being used at the time. And not even that. Aside from the hemp-made car, old school electric cars actually ran longer than the electric cars today before they needed a charge. So that's just another example of the biblical term of there's nothing new under the sun, because people like to try and tell you that, you know, technology is getting better. We're still getting to the best parts of shit. But the reality is a lot of this stuff is recycled ideas, and there's a lot of stuff that's actually pretty fucking old that they're trying to sell you as a new idea today because they're hoping that you're just that fucking stupid. Jesse says, all right, came in for the best part. Much love to you, fam. Let's go ahead and take a nice fat dab and then take a shot, and then we're going to check out. We have been on for 5 hours. Most of that was covered with Brother Mario from Clean Pump. We had a great night with him chilling, and yeah, cheers to all of you guys that have hung out with us throughout that whole process. Anybody that's still here and has watched me get all fucking swifty throughout the night, hey, much love to you guys. I don't know where you are. I don't know what you're doing, but you know what? I sure am glad that you're here. Thank you so much for joining me tonight, guys. Much love to everybody that came to hang out this Friday. I hope that you are able to get yourself home safely. I hope that you tune in to watch all the rest of the stuff that we post, whether it's me on Instagram going to a new dispensary to talk about some hash, or whether it's us being on YouTube to post another review or let's talk or glass shop entry. You know, I just hope that you enjoy the content, and I hope that you continue to tune in, and you know, I hope that we see you on the next live. And as much as I would love to say working in the cannabis industry is the way you want to go, definitely make sure that, you know, you're going to be 100% on dedicating yourself to a company, because depending on how you come into it, like being a brand ambassador, you can't be a brand ambassador for 2 or 3 different companies. I mean, you can if all you're going to do is make a paycheck off of it and you just want to schedule demos and stuff. But if you're going to take your job seriously and really educate people and bud tenders and fucking make a difference and let people know what your brand is about, you can really only do that with one company. And I sincerely hope that Sitka recognizes the work that I've put in so far and they do something about that. Because if I leave, I'm not coming back. And I really don't think that they're going to find another brand ambassador that's going to do the kind of shit that I'm doing. So I sincerely hope that they can start appreciating the kind of work that I put in. Because once I'm gone, motherfucker. And I'm kind of in a place right now where I'm wondering whether or not it's worth it to work for these motherfuckers, because to say that I'm getting out what I put in would be a lie. Absolute motherfucking lie. So let's take this dab of GMO. Holy shit. Okay, so 5 hours into the stream. Can you believe it? That is the first dab of the night. This is also the last dab of the night, because we're going to be taking this shot, and then I'm going to check the fuck out. So it's already technically Saturday. On Thursday, I did a 6-hour round trip drive, and then in between that 6-hour round trip, there was 5 hours of work. So there was 11 hours technically that I was working yesterday. We left at like 8:30 so that we could make it by 12 o'clock to what I thought was going to be an employee education. But because I didn't get an email like I normally do to where it has the time and the location and they puts it on my calendar so I can just keep checking it, this was something that they changed on me just a couple of days before it was supposed to be done, and they moved it up a day. So instead of being on Friday, it was on Thursday. So if they would have left shit the way that it was, I would have barely been on with you guys for a few hours because I wouldn't have gotten home until like 10:30. So I'm glad that it actually went down earlier and all that kind of stuff. But that just goes again to my point of the higher ups, they don't do me any favors. Like, honestly, they get in my fucking way and they kind of hold me back from doing exactly what I need to do. And it sucks because I see myself leaving this company in the very near future, and I feel bad for them because they're never going to have an employee like me. Again, there's never going to be someone that's willing to do the kind of stuff that I've been doing on a regular basis. And that just sucks for them. That doesn't suck for me. That just sucks for them. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and head out. Much love to you guys. Thank you for tuning in. 5 hours you guys have fucking been dealing with me and my crazy shit. So I really appreciate it. We will be back with some content, whether it's a Clash Shop entry or just another live stream. We'll be back soon. I know that I need to be putting out some regular content because I've been a little lax about it lately, and I keep talking about it, but I actually need to do something about it. So cheers to all of you guys. Much love. And Zaku, it's Friday. I don't know how late you're going to be up, fam, but let me know if you feel like getting on some Discord, because I'm going to be chilling. So if you want to get on some Dead by Daylight or something like that, I'm all about it. But yeah, much love to you guys. Cheers. I'm sure that I'll see you soon.